Gee, why do you say Commander's a massive racist?
Because he is.
He's not in the classical. He's not a racist in the classical.
He is, bro. You should hear his views on Muslims and basically anyone that's not white. Or even he is white.
Muslims are a religion, not a race, so maybe he means Arabs.
I don't know what he means, but he's fucking racist.
Well, I can't, he called me an albino N-word. Well, not really an N-word, albino black, but I think that's what he meant.
If you call him the N-word, you're not doing yourself any favors.
Well, I mean, I don't know. This is I say it all the time in my hangouts, but this is not my own, so I can't take that liberty.
That's not a good argument, no.
But no, yeah, he said German.
Using racist language doesn't help defend the point.
But I mean, there's a difference between language and intention. I just do it as a joke, but he actually means like I'm Germans like myself, or more African than European. He said we're albino.
He believes it. He believes what he says. Don't make the mistake of thinking that he's just he doesn't believe it. He believes what he says. He's fucking off his head.
Yeah, I didn't believe him when he first was in here.
No, he's for real. Because I thought the same thing. I thought he was trolling, and then I began to realize, no, he's real. He believes this stuff, and I mean that's fine by me. But, wow.
Wait, so that means we got a black man in here?
I think I might be black. I'm not sure.
My favorite Commando quote was, "The Irish breed like the vermin in their pubs." It's too fun. It's too funny to get upset about. Like, yeah, he pretty much called me a mudblood mongrel in his own words. Like, I can't care about it at all because the way he phrased it was hilarious.
Oh God, that's rich.
I'm dying over here.
I know. I can't even breathe.
Well, hey, maybe that's the new tactic of the racists, right? Just sound so absurd. What am I trying to say?
Absurd.
Absurd. There we go. And no one believes you.
He's just off his rocker. I wouldn't call him anything except that.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'm not really into that particular faith he's into.
He's just insane. Like, I'm not ascribing any religion or any term except crazy for him.
Well, his worldview is Gnostic, essentially. But it's just garbage. It's just ridiculous. Which is fine, except for the really fucking offensive shit, which doesn't help anyone.
The offensive shit. The offensive shit is hilarious. Like I said, it was mostly directed towards me because I guess I'm the mongrel, but it was just too good.
Well, I would really like that. The thing about the pubs verbatim, so that I can save it.
Somewhere in like a couple hangouts ago, it was late at night, and he came in here after. I think after I took a hike, and he started talking about it. I'm like, okay. Somewhere in like a couple hangouts ago, it was late at witchcraft. Something about addict or expert or something. He's not wrong, but.
Wait, so you witch?
I practice some forms of witchcraft for fun, but I don't really take it seriously.
Alright, I just want to know, so, are we doing this Tuesday or Wednesday?
Whenever you're free.
Alright, there we go. We're burning him at the stake.
Oh, well no, that's not very pleasant.
Don't worry, he won't feel a thing. We're going to drown him first.
Oh yeah, wait.
I don't think you'll be able to drown him. I don't think he'll
drown. Isn't the witch test is if you can't drown, you're officially a witch, or is it you can drown?
Oh no, if you can drown.
What it is they put stones on your feet, They take you to a bridge. They hang you while you're submerged in the ground. If you can't die, you're a witch. If you can die, you're innocent.
I never heard that.
Yeah, I thought it was if you float, you're a witch, and if you drown, you're not.
No, if you drowned, you are.
Yeah, if you drowned, you're innocent. If you don't, yes, drowning means you're innocent.
I don't think so.
I know what you're thinking, because since witches aren't exactly real, that means that everyone who killed them would be innocent, right? But the people doing the judging didn't give a shit. So no, it really is. If you drowned, you were innocent.
Oh, somebody just Google Salem water witch test or something.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. I lived in Salem, and yeah. Okay, a part of the famous swimming test, accused witches were dragged to the nearest body of water, stripped to their undergarments, bound, and then tossed in to see if they would sink or float. According to this logic, an innocent person would sink like a stone, but a witch would simply bob on the surface.
Yeah, see? Innocent people drown.
According to... That is so bizarre, because I always looked at it as the other way.
Well, because it would make sense, right, if they accused them of a witch, but no, they would just kill.
It more because of the fact that it doesn't talk about drowning.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I always liked some of the ways they would kill witches. They would kill them 3 different ways: stake them, hang them, and drown them, or and then burn them afterward.
Sir, do you have any EQ controls for your microphone?
Okay,
oh, do you want me? What do you mean?
If she sank to the bottom and inevitably drowned, she was innocent.
Wait, is my mic too loud? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's some of those when you hit some, I don't know, like some high tones. I don't know if anyone else is hearing it, but it gets very agitated to the ear.
You know what? Then I would just speak in a very low monotone voice.
It's your S's, like something. It's like.
Oh yes, my S is.
Yeah. Right. That irritates my ears.
I know it has a bit of a whistle to it. I can't physically stop that, I'm afraid to say.
Okay, sir, I found another one. If she sank to the bottom and inevitably drowned, she was innocent. That's the way I thought it was.
Which region?
This would be the Salem witch trials. Yeah, and then she'd be executed by other means. So either way, you lose.
Yeah, either way, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I've always understood it.
Yeah, once you're accused of a witch, the only thing you can do of any substance is to accuse somebody else of the greater crime. So if you're accused of a witch, the only thing you have of saving yourself is to accuse that person of being a witch.
Yep.
Unless you're a really good swimmer and just pretend you were drowned or something. I don't know. Hold your breath for a long time.
I'm fairly certain they recovered the bodies.
Well, eventually they just float to the top anyway. So.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what's an interesting read is the Witch Hunter Bible, or like a compiled works of what witch hunters would use, which you could buy today, and you could see how dogmatic it is, and I found that extraordinarily interesting.
The Witch Hunter's Bible.
Yeah, I got a Bible to read.
It's basically compiled works where they try to define a witch through the Bible, define a demon through the Bible. And it's actually quite entertaining.
Surely it would just be the Bible. Surely every Bible is a witch hunter's Bible.
Wait, say that again for me?
Surely every Bible is a witch hunter's Bible.
Yes, but sometimes you need to know the particulars of a witch just so you hang the right person.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go up into the woods of Pennsylvania. John, you might know some spots, and we can go Wiccan hunting. Do you remember that site? You're going to do it, aren't you?
Plenty of deserted areas.
Remember that site where it was talking about Wiccan hunting? Landoverbaptist.org.
No.
Yeah,
I'm singing one.
It was talking about tampons being the cotton fingers of Satan.
Oh, yeah.
I think Wiccans need a sub branch, kind of like Sikhs that are like mainly for defending themselves. Like we need armed Wiccans in the woods.
Well, I mean, the Vedic people have the Sikhs for that reason, which is cool.
I say the Wiccans should like get swords and shit and like their ceremonial daggers and like patrol ritual grounds every other week. That'd be pretty cool, actually. I wouldn't mind that.
Are we talking about Europe or are we talking about America?
America.
All over. Oh, well, maybe in Europe too. I don't know. Either which way is fine by me.
Well, in America, they're going to need to get some ceremonial ARs.
Hell yeah, dude. That's pretty awesome. Bunch of weird old dudes with like big white beards and like M16s in the woods just chilling.
Dressed up as wizards.
Exactly. That's kind of cool. I don't know.
They call their gun magic missile.
All right, y'all are loons. Okay, so anyway.
Actually, you know what? I bought a firearm recently. An AK.
You bought an AK-47. What are you, a Vietnamese farmer?
Hey. All right, I'm a rice nigger.
Oh, what? No, he did not.
Don't you dare appropriate my culture.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lose the war against you. It's merely banter. We're not advocating the usage of invading Vietnam for a second time.
I'm laughing.
Well, he's not. Don't worry, but what is it? We'll get those other ones in North Korea.
The Vietnamese economy is actually doing really well right now. I mean, the streets are kind of gross, but like in general, we're doing all right, which is weird.
Yeah, but they're no, because they got good trade. They're basically right there within the what's that old trading route through Southeast Asia?
I want to say the Silk Road, but that's stupid.
No, the Silk Road is on land. I meant the one not the East Indies, but east of the East Indies.
The former remains of the East Indian Trading Company.
No, I just never mind. I don't know the name of that trade route, but they're in a good area to trade. Is all I'm saying. So they're finally taking advantage of that. You know what? The only problem is that area is also known for piracy, similar to how the Horn of Africa is.
Yeah. I remember that South Park episode where Cartman wants to be a pirate, so he goes to the only place where pirates, kind of exist in Somalia. That kind of reminded me of that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd also like to be a pirate, but I'd also not like to die.
Yeah, I mean the Somalia government is pretty much non-existent. It's essentially like an anarcho-capitalist wet dream right there.
I don't know if I'd say it anarcho-capitalist, just anarcho wet dream. What is it? The government effectively is just a city-state. They effectively only rule over the capital, and besides that, what is it? Isn't there like two different? Don't they have two different? Oh man, I'm dying here. Two different nations that broke off from them, or not broke off from them, but oh man, what rogue nations? They got two rogue nations within them. What is it? Swaziland or Swazililand, and the other one's Puntland. That's how little control they have. Just a bunch of people came up and said, "You know what? We don't like this government. We're just going to call ourselves something else. This is our country now."
Well, what's supposed to be going on?
Said, "You know what? We don't like this government. We're just going to call ourselves something else."
I'm here.
Oh, hi. So, hold on.
Hi.
Hold on a minute. I got to catch up with like everything.
You know what? We don't like this government.
Didn't realize you were in here.
Sorry, I just got in here.
Okay.
I saw your post.
Yeah, well, what's supposed to be going on is I was watching MK God's Odds
Yeah.
channel,
Hold on.
and
I'm
I was
turning.
commenting on the side, you know, because Mark Seidel
Yes, I heard.
has now gone from Krishna to Christian.
Oh, not only that, but he is such a racist, and he is acting as if he's so much better than what these guys are saying.
Well, yes. Well, that hasn't really changed. Then he's just
Yeah, it's true.
relabeled himself.
Well, but he's pretending as if he's not the same racist.
Well, it's just that he was, when he was Krishna, he hated on the Catholics so much because, you know, he grew up Catholic.
Yeah.
And now he's come back.
Well, he's going to where it's convenient. I think he got a lot of heat. I'm not quite sure, but it seems like things have slowed down in somebody else's camp since he's revealed himself.
Well, he's kind of obviously revealed himself to be a little bit unstable.
Yeah, well, you reap what you sow.
And then he went on to say that I guess there was something unsavory within Krishnahood or Krishnadom or whatever it is that he didn't like. But then he went on to say that Jehovah's Witness, he literally went on to accuse Jehovah's Witness, the whole Jehovah's Witness movement, of being actively pedophilic in nature.
Always a good go-to, you know, when you don't have another argument, always
Then
go
he
for the
got graphic
pedophilia.
about it.
Oh, of course. Yep. Don't let a woman come in on that conversation, though. Boy, he'll have a field day.
Yeah. Now I might be wrong in suggesting that it was Mark and it was somebody else, but I might not be wrong at the same time.
But yeah, I mean, this is pretty unusual for me to, you know, like call somebody out like that, especially. But I got to tell you, he's a piece of work. It's hysterical. He will call people some kind of, you know, name, you know, like a narcissist or whatever, and then he'll sit and talk about himself for, you know, a few minutes. It's like, okay, well, maybe you're just projecting.
Well, it is only projecting.
Yeah. Okay.
It's got to be.
Yeah, listening to him has been a piece of work, because, you know, sometimes you don't listen to somebody, but when it comes around to you, sometimes you'll listen to it and you go, oh, gee, I didn't hear that before. But it's amazing to see how much people will tolerate and how many people will jump on the bandwagon and, you know, jump in the shit with him.
Right.
I just think, I wonder if you'd do that in public. Don't think you would. Yeah, but maybe they would. What do I know?
I don't know, about as much as what I know, I guess.
Yeah, well, we're both idiots.
Well, I guess
That's all right. I'll just stay an idiot.
I'm a committed idiot. I'm a professional idiot, so I don't see why I would want to change.
Really? Professional? Huh?
Professional, yes.
How's the pay on that?
But well, you know what? In about 25, 30 years, we'd probably be halfway towards minimum wage.
Ah, yeah, I don't reckon we'll be really in need of it. Not unless we can get some of that CRISPR-Cas9 genetic life
I'm
extending.
looking forward to my few months in the hospice or old age home,
Yes.
being tended to by this very young Filipino
Yep.
nurse
We have her on order. She hasn't even been born yet.
with this, with the smooth skin.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, she hasn't been born yet.
Yeah. We're having her genetically engineered for you.
Oh, that hurts.
Oh, she's gonna be perfect in every way. It's gonna be beautiful. There's a whole
Anyway,
There's a whole cottage industry right there that we haven't even explored. We are going beyond our mind. I mean, you can have your last bath tailor-made with the female of your choice. Will grow her just for you, genetically perfect in every way. And just as you die, then we'll end her life, and she'll go with you. It'd be like the new Islam.
you know what?
You don't get
I'll
72
take
virgins.
my chances with going to something that I enjoy and meeting somebody there that has the same interest. What do you think?
Darn it!
What do you think?
Yeah, that's really not my way, anyways.
But
I tried.
but hold on a second, robot. You program
Oh.
the robot. You have control. Hey,
Yeah.
I'll just become a Muslim
Yeah, I like it. All right,
because
I'll get
then
the
I can
paperwork.
have more than one robot.
Yeah, I'll get the paperwork. So I'm gonna need your initials here, here, and here, and sign here, here, and here, and we'll have your robot delivered. Next week,
I
okay?
promise you, I will stay away from anyone under 9 years old as a Muslim. I promise.
Well, we can get you a 9-year-old robot if you'd like. That's a controversy, right? I mean, they make those robots, those real dolls, that they're real sex dolls that they're trying to, animate with AI and all that
It's not
stuff.
a controversy. It's a political controversy.
Well, yeah, you're right. It is a political controversy. It's not a
Dildos were once a controversy.
Sorry?
Dildos were once a controversy, and now you can probably get them at 7-Eleven with your six-pack and stack of
Probably.
smokes.
Yeah,
Your
probably.
dildo and your what they call it, condom.
They say that just before, I mean, the animated ones haven't even come out yet, and there are people already being the advocate of the robot, saying that they're afraid that the robot is going to be hurt.
The feelings of the robot are going to be hurt.
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
that's so cute.
Yep.
I agree.
I think one of them's in Canada, and the other one's, I think, in France or something like that.
I have to agree with that. Robots have feelings too,
Not unless you program them to have them.
It's not that humans' feelings count, but robots' feelings. Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Robots don't care. Yeah.
I mean, some humans' feelings count. Like males, right? Males' feelings count.
They do,
Females-
actually. They count for double.
Females, not so much.
Well, it depends on if they're nice. If they're nice, then their feelings count. If they're not, no. No, you can hurt a man even worse than. I mean, I think men can feel the deepest wounds.
Yeah, but they also can internalize them better.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if that's a good thing.
No, definitely not a good thing. But
Yeah.
you can do it.
Yes, and that's the danger, is that you never. I don't think people realize this because men internalize it. You don't see it. It comes out in other ways, right?
So let me just diversificate a little bit.
Sure.
Or digressify.
I digress.
The reason that I actually started streaming was because MK God's Odds
Yeah.
has a live stream,
Uh-huh.
and what he does is maybe he's doing it, and what he's supposed to be doing is going to my YouTube, my G+, grabbing a post of some sort and criticizing it.
Really?
Right. I posted you. I don't know if I posted you in the side chat. I wonder if that's the same one.
I'm on the iPad.
Oh, anyway, I On my website, I posted an article, and he wanted to review it. But
I'm
sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I think he misunderstood what the post was about. Because he thought that the article, disproves Jesus or something like that. Which nothing to do with Jesus.
Yeah. Well, we know that zombies don't exist, so there is no Jesus. But
how can you tell me that? How can you tell me that when I go to sleep and I'm done with my REM, I don't join the zombie club in the middle of the night and go prowling the neighborhood?
Well,
you see,
you
can't.
You're right. Oh boy, mind blown. So there's this guy on this atheist on YouTube that I'm having a row with, and we don't talk about him. His name's Godless Cranium or something.
Oh, Richard Cranium.
No, I don't think it's Richard Cranium.
No, because I've got some Richard Cranium coming to troll my groups every now and again when he gets.
You think it's Richard Cranium?
No.
Oh, let me see.
No. But if you do.
Oh.
If you do.
Because Richard Cranium is code for dickhead, right?
Exactly.
Okay, good.
So don't.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Didn't know if it translated.
So don't give him a link because he's a troll.
No, not this guy. This guy's got his own channel. He's got quite a successful channel.
Oh, okay.
And he's but he's young, and he's obviously he's, in my opinion, no different than the fundies. He just regurgitates. But he's young. What he hears, obviously, from atheists or anti-theists. And he's, in my opinion, no different than the fundies. Smug. He just regurgitates. It doesn't seem to care about other issues, although maybe he does. I don't see them in his videos, but it's just the same thing over and over again. And it's just kid's a piece of work. But anyway, somebody was defending Jordan Peterson because this guy said that Jordan Peterson's clearly a theist, and he's an apologist. He's a Christian apologist, and one of his very loyal followers said, "No, he's not. You're not hearing it right." But because Jordan Peterson wouldn't outright say that Jesus did not exist, which I understand why he's done it, why he says it the way he is, because I see what he's doing. But the kid's like, nope, Christian apologist. I'm like, you can't be listening to this guy's videos and actually know. It's strange.
Did you see the post that Christian Hillbilly made this morning, thanking Brett Keane for the kind words?
I did.
I did. Said about him.
I did.
We're sinking to the lowest of the low here.
Speaking of just spouting stuff, he's copying whatever. Yikes! I have not seen Christian Hillbilly around too much lately. What's up?
Christian Hillbilly is because he's got one agenda. Christian Hillbilly's got one agenda.
Yeah.
And that is being broadcast and beginning to preach.
Right.
The good news.
The good news.
And that is that you're going to hell if you don't repent. All this shit. That's it. It's got one agenda, and that's it. Now, I've heard his agenda. I've heard him he's come, how many times has he come into a hangout with us, into a group chat, dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and more. And every single fucking time he lands up, with his preaching, his evangelism, and he becomes a different character, not even a human being. And so we either land up kicking him or blocking him or
he rage quits.
But hiding him, so he shuts up and then he rage quits.
Yeah.
So I'm of the mind that I'd rather he come in, stay hidden, just listen, and he's welcome. But he doesn't. As soon as he's hidden, he rage quits. And that's condition. Christian Hillbilly can come into my hangout any time he likes, but he is not to speak at all unless he's actually asked to speak.
That's a little totalitarian.
No. It's extremely totalitarian.
Oh, okay, good, good. We're on the same page.
But it's the effective totalitarian. The only
Yeah.
effective way I can think of smoothing, streamlining the nonsense. Just cutting
Yeah, I
it
mean,
out.
where does freedom of speech end? I mean, just because you have freedom of speech in, like, the U.S., do you have freedom of speech in my house? I mean, I have the right to kick you out of my house if I don't like what you're saying, right?
Of course. Haven't you ever heard of the 11 Satanic Rules of the Earth?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so funny. We turned the Christians on, the fundies onto that once. They'd never heard about it.
Really?
And so they sat and read them in, can't remember whose hangout it was.
I've just posted them for
Yeah,
everyone to see.
they sat and they read them, and they were just howling. They thought it was so hysterical. I get a kick out of those guys.
The 11 Satanic Rules of the Earth. Number 1. Do not give opinions or advice unless you are asked.
That's just manners.
Number 2. Do not tell your troubles to others unless you are sure they want to hear them.
Again, manners.
And number 3. When in another's lair, show them respect or else do not go there.
Yeah, see, it's so easy. Even the devils know. Now, why can't the fundies learn this?
Thank you. Number 4. If a guest in your lair annoys you, treat them cruelly and without mercy.
That's convenient.
Well, I would say, after you've asked them to leave and they don't leave or something.
Oh, yeah, you kick their ass.
Yeah.
Toss them out.
Number 5 out of 11. Do not make sexual advances unless you are given the mating signal.
Now how are you going to say that the devil worshippers are bad people with that one in there?
No devil worship. If this is the devil worshipper, then these are good. These are good rules, and these are good people.
Right,
them.
right. Yeah, well, we know the difference between they're not really devil worshippers.
And
Number 6.
Number 6. Do not take that which does not belong to you unless it is a burden to the other person and they cry out to be relieved.
So
Don't steal unless somebody gives it to you.
yeah, the only way you can take that is if you happen to be walking by a millionaire's house and all of a sudden an asteroid comes down and crushes almost all of them, and they're holding their passbook and they go, "Please take my money, I can't take it anymore."
No, you're walking past this millionaire's house and he's saying, excuse me, this house, oi, the expense, it's a burden, I want you, take it.
Take this house, I should die already. I've got it like a dog.
Okay, number 7. This is one that people, because of their presuppositions, I think they refuse to listen to the whole thing before they react. So number 7. This is how it goes. Acknowledge the power of magic if you have employed it successfully to obtain your desires. If you deny the power of magic after having called upon it with success, you will lose all you have obtained.
Wow. Satanic magic.
Yeah. Now that's to me that kind of smacks of creative visualization.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then once you've sort of created this visualization and it's been realized, you kind of have to attach the success of that to that creative visualization.
Well, yeah, I think it's real simple. I think this is like almost like blasphemy for Satanists. If you say that you've employed satanic magic to obtain something, right?
Right.
And someone says, "Are you a Satanist?" and you say, "No, mate, I'm not," you'll lose everything.
Well, okay, yes.
Let's
Let's say all the Satanists and occultists in the 2016 campaign decided they were going to get together and throw curses towards Hillary so as her not to get elected. So all the Satanists, all the occultists, everybody who's into this weirdness is throwing I don't know, thought curses or whatever at Hillary, and Hillary doesn't get elected. Okay, so now you say to yourself, all the Satanists and cultists got to say to themselves, "Wow, it worked." And you have to agree that yes, it was them who did the deed of making sure that Hillary didn't get elected.
Right.
Something like that.
The Satanists they have individual magic. It's just like, you know, looking into somebody's eyes, and it's just being real competent, and you can use your satanic magic to get what you want from people.
Yeah. It's just don't deny it, basically.
But see, don't deny it. But then how does that relate to, if that's true, how does that relate to number 5? Because number 5, you could technically use your satanic magic to seduce somebody that hasn't given you the mating signal.
No.
Or would you trick them into giving you the mating signal?
No, the mating signal is a mutual is a mutual interaction and consensual.
Right.
There is no control one over the other.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because you think that if people want to get around the rule, they'll use the satanic magic to convince somebody to give the mating signal even when they don't want to.
Well, they don't call it satanic magic. They call it magic, or the power of magic.
All the Satanists I know call it satanic magic. But hey, you know what? There's many different denominations.
I'm just reading the 11 Satanic Rules of the Earth from the...
There's 40,000 Christians, 40,000 different denominations of Christians. There's got to be one or two.
I know, but what I'm saying is I'm reading from the slide, and it says the power of magic. It doesn't say satanic magic. So I'm not going to slip in satanic magic when it doesn't say it.
You're right. I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Number 8.
Continue.
Number 8 out of 11. Do not complain about anything to which you need not subject yourself.
Huh. Wow.
So don't be a busybody and put your nose to somebody else's business.
Or don't complain about Black Lives Matter if you're not African American, or the Jewish problems if you're not Jewish, or is that what that means?
I have no idea. No, it doesn't mean that, because you can subject yourself to whatever you feel you need to.
That's right. That's right.
You're right. Subject yourself. Don't complain.
All right.
Number 9. Do not harm little children. Period. Number 10. Do not kill non-human animals unless you are attacked or for your food.
Now, see, a good lawyer is going to look at that and go, no. We cannot have that written that way.
Why not?
Because that is implying that you can kill a human animal if you're not attacked or for food. Because the fact that they're specifying, I think it's just a mistake. I think legal didn't look it over. I'm willing to let it go.
So you're thinking that because one of the satanic rules is do not kill humans, you're thinking that it's okay. It's okay.
I don't think it's okay.
By some kind of a word twist,
right.
You're saying that number 10 sort of gives you carte blanche to kill humans, but just not non-humans.
I don't think so, but I think some deranged lunatic might think so.
Yeah, deranged lunatic could.
Yes, I know.
Because of number 2 or 5.
Yeah, right. You're right.
So, moving on to the last final one, number 11. When walking in open territory, bother no one. If someone bothers you, ask them to stop. If they do not stop, destroy them.
Destroy them. I love that.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad. It was always good to go over. Give you some perspective.
Well, what we could do is we could sort of put those against the Christian rules.
Oh yeah.
You know, and take them on.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
then when you summarize and conclude that the rules, that the satanic rules of the earth, 11 of them, are fairly benign.
Oh yeah.
And benevolent, whereas the Christian rules are god awful, horrifically horrendous, and scary and creepy, and especially the first four, specifically the first four. Oh my
Of the commandments?
god, yeah.
Are they really? They're creepy, huh?
They're fucking creepy. The first one is like,
Hey, I don't know these things. I don't know these things. I thought it was love thy God with all. Oh, that's right. It is creepy.
I am the God, or no other God, and
Yeah.
and don't worship idols, and love me or perish. You know, all this kind of stuff. Like the first four commandments are to do with his jealousy and his
That's right.
his demand for your love, and your and the under pain of death, do not love anybody else.
I know.
Other God.
It cracks me up how they just do not see the complete neurotic, deranged sense of the God. It's just hysterical. Oh, there it is. I see. I am the Lord thy God. No other gods before me.
Oh, there you go.
No,
You found it.
no graven images or likeness. No pictures. Not take the Lord's name in vain.
It's funny that I don't have an image of the Ten Commandments. I better go get one
Yeah.
so I can sort of throw it up.
I bet
there
there's
so we
some.
can-
Yeah, there's some. What do you call it?
So
This
we
one's
can
written in
mock it, ridicule it,
Mock it. And then remember the Sabbath day.
to keep it holy. Holy.
Honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Well, we're just not having any fun now.
Oh, I found a good one here.
But this is. I don't know that this is the same one. I think aren't there two different versions or something.
I found a good one. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, this is the 1768 parchment at the Amsterdam Enogia synagogue.
Oh, I know. I found something more.
Synagogue.
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 All right. So here we go. Let me just. You know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring it into the conversation.
Copy. Oh, look at these cute little stick figure 10 commandments. That's so cute. Let's teach the children this bullshit.
Let's do that, shall we? Because they're kids.
Right.
They'll lap it up.
They'll believe everything.
Okay, let's see how am I doing here.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh,
God,
lovely.
God gave Moses the 10 commandments.
Moses is a mythical figure.
And he said, "Here, Mo, take these."
Okay, look what
I
I've got.
got too many of them.
I don't know if you can see if you're watching the live stream.
I am watching it. Yeah.
Okay, so in about 45 seconds, because there's a delay, you'll see.
Mm-hmm.
The
I
10
do
commandments
understand
are
that.
divided up into two parts. The first
Ah.
4, which are related to God, and then the last 6, which are related to man.
Huh.
Tell me when you see them.
I see them now.
So, I'll leave it up to you to take it away.
So number 1, do not worship any other gods. Which in and of itself right there says that there are other gods.
That proves monotheism is a hoax.
This guy's an idiot. Not only is he a narcissist, but he's an idiot.
He's given away. He's like doxed himself.
Yeah, he talks to He's made himself redundant.
Well, exactly. And I'll show you when we finish this. I'm going to show you how he's made himself. How not so much he has made himself redundant, but how the stories of these nonsense, these fairy tales, these fictional old day Bronze Age and
Right.
older stories are so repetitive
They are repetitive, and unfortunately, they've been told wrong. I think they had a meaning at one time, but they've been told wrong.
Okay.
So it's a little
Number
unfortunate. Do not make any idols. Well,
Fuck you! I'll do whatever I want.
I do what I want. I'm made from God in God's image. I mean, come on. So far, he's screwing everybody up. You know.
I made
Yeah.
in God's image, and God took a shit on the universe.
Yeah. And I don't like you. I've made you. I'm an omnipotent God. I can do no wrong.
I am a
I've
jealous
made
God.
you, and you must adore me.
Yes.
You must adore me. But Father, our brothers and sisters down here are suffering. Pay no mind to them.
But Father,
Continue.
I donate to charity. I love the poor.
Nope, sorry.
Nah,
Turn around,
nah, all
look
right.
away,
All right.
and worship me. What a dick. Then we go on to do not misuse the name of God.
What the fuck does that
Well, that-
mean? For God's sake,
Yeah.
fuck
That means
Jesus
say,
fucking
you know,
Christ.
don't
What
say
does
that-
that mean?
Yeah. Like, don't call him Sal, or don't call him Morty.
Don't call God a bitch.
Yeah, don't call him Jesus when he comes back to Earth. You know,
It depends where he lands, I guess.
that's true.
Because if he lands in Mexico City, then they were right.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. They just kept me in Mexico City. They wouldn't even let me out of the city. He's going to have a hard time.
Do you
He's
realize,
gonna have a
though,
hard
that
time.
if God does come back, and if Jesus comes back and does land in Mexico somewhere, they're going to have a bit of a claim on their hands of victory.
Oh, no. They'll never believe him. They're just going to try and get more money out of him. They tried to
probably kill
extort
him.
me.
They'll probably kill him.
They'll take his shit and dump him.
They'll kill him because he's cartel. You know, the cartels will kill everybody.
It's true. We don't speak about the
The
cartels, though.
cartels kill hippies with long hair anyway.
Right. So then he goes on to say to keep the Sabbath holy.
Stupid.
Now the Sabbath is what? This is
The Sabbath is sundown Friday to
Friday,
sundown
right.
Saturday. Keep the Sabbath holy. That's a stupid thing to say because there's no way you can keep anything holy. Holy doesn't even mean anything.
Yeah, but that's when everybody wants to go out. I mean, who's gonna not go out to the club because God
You
says
work all
don't go
fucking
out?
week long hard, and you come back
Yeah.
late, and you don't get enough sleep, and
Right.
all of a sudden the weekend comes, and you want to relax, have fun, let it out, be a human being. But no, don't be a human being. Become a Sabbath holiness kind of robot.
And this is how he sets you up, right? I mean, he knows from the get-go that you're never going to be able to keep that one. So he's got you on at least one, right? Because you could decide that there were no other gods, okay, and you could just not idolize anything other than God, and you could always call him God or whatever his other names are. But that one, even the best Christian is going to have a hard time not going out on Friday night. Sorry.
Now, I just want to make a comment about this. Have you noticed that the first four are the ones that we read related to God?
Yeah.
And the last six are the ones related to man. Why? In God's name, are they not the other way around? How come the first six related to man are more important than the last four related to the fantasy, the fiction?
Well, yeah, right. Because we've talked about this, right? Because he is a narcissist. If this person were to exist, my guess is that whoever wrote these actually was the narcissist. Yeah, that they only think of themselves. You're just an extension to them. I mean, in the real sense, the real narcissist, you mean nothing to them, just how to get their feed or whatever. It's true.
MK's got to me.
He
To
did.
justify God killing 42
What'd he do?
42 kids for making fun of a man for being.
Oh, I think he's talking about 2 Kings 2.
Talking about what?
I talk about all the time. We're going to go through. Oh, in fact,
Go
tell
ahead.
you, 2 Kings
Do you
2.
think?
Go through the 10 Commandments, and then we're going to go through 2 Kings 2 because that's what Buddy's going through now.
All right.
But I don't trust his interpretation. I'll stick with mine.
Okay, we could, since we've gone halfway here. I mean, if you want to take a break and go, we can go.
We can get back to this, sure.
All right. So,
All right.
so then we've got number 5. Honor your mother and father. So why do you need this? Why do you? I mean, even children that are abused still have some undying, sick, you know, attachment to their parents. Why? Why does he feel the need to put that in there?
Well, doesn't matter. It's there.
See, that's stupid. Well, let's move on. It's just worthless. Number 6, do not murder.
Do
You
not-
know,
yeah.
yeah, it's good not to murder,
It-
right?
It's also saying, you know, when it says do not murder, it's also saying always keeps your self-control or something like that.
It does. But do you see how they break this rule, though? Like Texas, the state of Texas being very, very Christian, their governor even wanted them to have, they wanted to keep babies in the womb to avoid abortion until they came out naturally, even if the baby died in there by itself. And they said, Governor, please, you can't do that. That will endanger the mom's life. They say don't murder, and they you know, prevent the abortion, but yet they're always the ones out there in the capital punishment. Burn them, you know, fry them. And they actually.
I'm actually for capital punishment. Personally.
No, I'm not making the judgment on capital punishment. I'm making the judgment on their hypocrisy. Right? They'll save you in some respects, but then they'll kill you in another. And my feeling kind of goes to
instead of saying repent or go to hell,
right?
They're saying burn the bastard.
Yeah, and they're yeah, and Texas has the most capital punishment cases every year. They always rank the highest. It's like, you know, they'll go to the abortion clinic. They'll convince the woman not to have the baby. She's going to say, "I'm poor. I can't. I just can't take care of this baby. We don't care. You got to take care of this baby." So she does, and she doesn't have any money, and she hooks up with some guy who's a real jerk, and he abuses your kid, and the kid goes sideways, and one day does something that lands him in the pokey for life, and they give him the death penalty. And the whole time they're sitting there going, I wonder what time they're going to kill him. I can't wait to get the popcorn
think
out.
How many people he's employed?
Right. I know. But see, what I want to know is what happens to the
lifetime. So many families have been fed because of the delinquency of one person. It's a beautiful thing.
But if murder is wrong, what happens to the executioner? Why does he get to walk and go home?
It's his job.
Semantics. Doesn't say do not murder unless it's your job.
What is this do not commit adultery thing?
Well, marriage doesn't even.
Okay, and then once we finish, I want to talk about the order that they're in.
And the adultery, and was marriage that holy back then? I mean, didn't men kind of have their, not that I'm mad at them for it, you know, didn't they kind of have their run of the land? I mean, well, that's a nice thought. It's
a dumb stupid. It's almost the oh man, look at that.
It is kind of more
looking at a raccoon climb down a family of raccoons. Oh my god.
Aww.
That's cute. Anyway, it's almost like they're prophesying the coming of Islam, and saying, don't commit adultery, but Islam comes and bang, adultery is like part of the rules.
You know, I guess it is kind of a way of controlling as well, because, you know, if you've got God's law to say don't fuck around, then, you know, I can control you. I don't know. Then number 8, do not steal. I got no problem with that. I got no problem, except, you know, for the guy that's really hungry and he needs some food, then I don't have a problem with him stealing. If people aren't going to be generous and help give him food when he's hungry, then take it. Whatever. Do not lie. This is a no-brainer for me. I don't see a reason to lie.
Lie to profit and use.
Right. Yeah, I may tell you that your haircut's nice. Yeah. No, your butt doesn't look big in that. Not at all. You need 2 chairs to sit down? Sure, let me get you a second chair.
You sure you don't want 3?
Exactly. So yeah. And then do not covet.
Don't.
At the bottom.
Get your own stuff. Don't take others.
Well, and where's all the important stuff? Well, hell, even in the 7 deadly sins, the one sin that's not there is lying and deceit. It does not appear in the seven deadly sins. Why? Because it is the thing that will hurt a human psyche the most. And if I identify lying and deceit, then you will see it in me, and then I won't be able to pull the wool over your eyes. I think that's pretty telling when their own seven deadly sins don't have lying and deceit in it. Huh?
And
Pretty smart,
how about which is the one that says, "Do not own other humans"?
It doesn't.
Which is the one that says, "Do not violate another's genitals"?
Oh, it doesn't.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You know, there's
which
different versions. Sorry,
which
go ahead.
two could you
Yeah.
sort of replace the do not rape and the do not own others with?
We could get rid of honor your mother and father because, like I said, I think it's ingrained in us. I think it's useless
I think
to tell
we
us.
can keep that one. I think we can get rid of the first four. Number one.
Oh, the first four. I'm sorry. Okay.
I'd get rid of the first
I was thinking
four.
like a narcissistic god. Sorry.
I just wipe that slate clean, right? None
Yeah,
of the first four. I'd move
You're right.
all the last six over to the first to the left hand side.
True.
I'd rearrange the priorities there.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
You're right.
I would add, the second one on the right hand side, which would be sort of wiped clean, would also say man or mankind or whatever.
Yeah.
And then it would say, do not own another person.
Right.
Do not possess another person. Then there'd be do not violate or rape another person. You know, you come up with some really decent fucking rules of life.
Right. Yeah.
Do not touch little children. There you go. There's one that they missed.
Yep. Yeah. Do not have sex with any child that is underage or anybody who.
Think of any four commandments that could and should replace the first four.
Right.
And
got
think with a humanistic with a humanistic brain.
Hell, we could go over to the satanic. We could go over to the satanic one and get four to replace those. That would be better fitting. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But why don't we move over to my contention, King?
Sure.
This is 2 Kings 2.
Did you know that there's a Jewish, a Catholic, and a Protestant version of this, by the way?
Of what?
Of the Ten Commandments? Different versions.
No.
And they're slightly different. I mean, they're just slightly worded different, but they're about the same, but they're worded different.
Mm-hmm. Well,
all right.
Okay, so let me just say 2 Kings 2, I find to be... Firstly, 2 Kings 2 is part of the Old Testament.
Okay.
Jesus Christ and his miracles are part of the New Testament.
Yes.
You'll find that in 2 Kings 2, there is no need for a Jesus Christ to come and perform miracles, because in 2 Kings 2, there is someone there performing miracles in 2 Kings 2, and I will show you who, and I will show you where and how and what.
I'd love to see that. Thank you.
All right. And what we're going to do, 2 Kings 2 itself is not very long, so I'm going to read it right from the top.
All right.
And follow it through all the way through. Now, I did read it in the original Hebrew, which I have, and also in the original English translation, which I have. But the New Living Translation, the Gideon's translation, is the best one. Way better.
Gideon's, got it.
It says exactly what it needs to say, gets to the point. It doesn't hide or obfuscate or twist anything. It's beautiful. So,
go right ahead.
Let me start reading. So, 2 Kings 2. When the Lord was about to take Elijah up to heaven in a whirlwind, Elijah and Elisha were traveling from Gilgal. And Elijah said to Elisha, "Stay here, for the Lord has told me to go to Bethel." But Elisha replied, "As surely as the Lord lives and you yourself live, I will never leave you." So they went down together to Bethel. The group of prophets from Bethel came to Elisha and asked him, "Did you know that the Lord is going to take your master away from you today?" "Of course I know," Elisha answered, "but be quiet about it." Then Elijah said to Elisha, "Stay here, for the Lord has told me to go to Jericho." But Elisha replied again, "As surely as the Lord lives, and you yourself live, I will never leave you." So they went on together to Jericho. Then the group of prophets from Jericho came to Elisha and asked him, "Did you know that the Lord is going to take your master away from you today?" "Of course I know," Elisha answered, "but be quiet about it." Then Elijah said to Elisha, "Stay here, for the Lord has told me to go to the Jordan River." But again Elisha replied, "As surely as the Lord lives, and you yourself live, I will never leave you." So they went on together. 50 men from the group of prophets also went and watched from a distance as Elijah and Elisha stopped beside the Jordan River.
I'm with you.
Hold on, I lost my place here.
I'm loving this.
Then Elijah folded his cloak together and struck the water with it. The river divided, and the two of them went across on dry ground. When they came to the other side, Elijah said to Elisha, "Tell me what I can do for you before I am taken away." And Elisha replied, "Please let me inherit a double share of your spirit and become your successor." "You have asked a difficult thing," Elijah replied. "If you see me when I am taken from you, then you will get your request. But if not, then you won't." As they were walking along and talking, suddenly a chariot of fire appeared, drawn by horses of fire. It drove between the two men, separating them, and Elijah was carried by a whirlwind into heaven. Elisha saw it and cried out, "Why, Father, my father! I see the chariots and charioteers of Israel." And as they disappeared from sight, Elisha tore his clothes in distress. Elisha picked up Elijah's cloak, which had fallen when he was taken up. Then Elisha returned to the bank of the Jordan River. He struck the water with Elijah's cloak and cried out, "Where is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" Then the river divided, and Elisha went across. When the group of prophets from Jericho saw from a distance what happened, they exclaimed, "Elijah's spirit rests upon Elisha." And they went to meet him and bowed to the ground before him. "Sir," they said, "just say the word, and 50 of our strongest men will search the wilderness for your master. Perhaps the Spirit of the Lord has left him on some mountain or in some valley." "No," Elisha said, "don't send them." But they kept urging him until they shamed him into agreeing, and he finally said, "All right, send them." So 50 men searched for 3 days, but did not find Elijah. Elisha was still at Jericho when they returned. "Didn't I tell you not to go?" he asked. One day, the leaders of the town of Jericho visited Elisha. "We have a problem, my lord," they told him. "This town is located in pleasant surroundings, as you can see, but the water is bad and the land is unproductive." Elisha said, "Bring me a new bowl with salt in it." So they brought it to him. Then he went out to the spring that supplied the town with water and threw the salt into it. And he said, "This is what the Lord says. I have purified this water. It will no longer cause death or infertility." And the water has remained pure ever since, just as Elisha said. Elisha left Jericho and went up to Bethel. As he was walking along the road, a group of boys from the town began mocking and making fun of him. "Go away, Baldy!" they chanted. "Go away, Baldy!" As Elisha turned around and looked at them, and he cursed them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of them. From there, Elisha went to Mount Carmel and finally returned to Samaria. 2 Kings 2, end.
Wow.
What do you think?
I think it's tremendous. It's very clear what this is saying to us. Now, what do the Christians think this means?
Well, that's what I'd love to find out. I'd love to get a Christian in here to explain it.
Oh, you don't see it? This.
Oh, you tell me.
Okay, so here's the way I see it. Now, I don't know anything about religion. I mean, we know this. I don't even know about my Judaism, right? So
no problem.
Huh?
No problem.
So that is the first time I've ever heard that scripture.
Oh,
ever.
Really?
I've never heard it before. Because I'm telling you, I've never read these things. The only exposure I've had to religion has been here since I've been here at G+, so almost 3 years. And only, whatever I've run into, any kind of, reading or any type of, any of that. So I've never heard this one.
Okay.
But knowing what I know, since I've been learning about the old lores and the oral tradition that have nothing to do with the Sky Daddy, and they have nothing to do with, reincarnating zombies. This is a story that, first of all, you see when about the tearing of the clothes. I mean, that's Shiva. That's the part of the setting.
That's death.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that
that's
signifies death.
Right. That's right. That's where that ritual comes from. Now, this I know, but the whole thing talks about. See, in the beginning, I'm starting to think that this is what this says is that when you know somebody is going to die, right, that you just keep going along as normal, right? Because they say, do you know that your master's going to die? And they say, it's a he, Elisa or Alicia.
Yeah.
Says,
they're all,
okay,
they're all he.
I don't know. So says, yes, I know, but don't, be quiet about it. Meaning, don't go around going, oh, you're going to die. Oh, I hear you're going to die today. It's one of those things that you acknowledge it. You know that death is coming. But the thing is to not leave the person, right? Don't just abandon them if they're dying. Acknowledge that they're dying and be by their side and comfort and make them feel, secure. And then when they get there and he says, I'm going to leave you, or that conversation about the leaving, and she goes, well, why don't you give me some of your spirit? And he says, well, if you're with me when I go, then you'll have it. But if you're not, then you won't. So if you don't invest in the family, if you don't invest your time, you will not carry that loving feeling, that knowledge, that familiar bond, right? And that there is some, when we see people that just ignore their parents, stick them in old folks' home and don't really care about them, they carry a lot of problems throughout the life. And when they die, when their parent dies or whatever, it's a problem. If you don't tend to that, if you go into denial and don't deal with the issue, if this is the honor of being with somebody. This, as a medic, this was how I took my job, so I didn't freak out over people dying on me all the time. But strangely enough, I felt like sometimes the only thing I could do was just be there with somebody. You know, if they were dying, that's the best I could do. I was just there with them. And that you, so in this sense, that you take that with you, right? And so when they come and they take them, the chariots of fire come out, and the whole thing, and they takes the clothes, and I don't know what that whole thing symbolizes, but I'm assuming that's the capturing of what is rightfully theirs, the spirit of, I've done my job, I've taken care of my family, and now I carry all the pride and the lessons and everything that this person has taught me, and I will take it back with me. And so they go back, and people want to look for something, right? Everybody always has, there's always something more somewhere else. And they said, no, it's here. So then the only thing I can come up with the other thing with the water is you just can't abandon things. When you ruin things, you just can't abandon them, right? So there's got to be a bigger story in here, but he purifies the water, and it's all good. That if you take care of things, well,
let's start from the beginning. Firstly, there's 2 instances of the water being parted with a cloak.
Yeah, but that's a metaphor for something.
Okay, now first, yeah, maybe, but the first time the water is parted, it's parted by Elijah.
Right.
The second time it's parted because the cloak fell when Elijah was taken up to in the whirlwind. The second time it was done by Elisha with, of course, Elijah's cloak.
Right. Okay, that's the passing on.
So that's a Moses. Moses is not such a, is that this is after Moses, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to do with it. It's not so much of the parting of the Red Sea or of the waters, which that just may symbolize something really big.
But the thing is, it's not such a big deal, and not only one person can do it. So it's not like, oh, Moses can part water. Wow, no,
right.
Never can do that.
You're exactly right. But that's because they're focusing on the wrong thing. But what that is showing is passing down to generation, right? The parting of waters is symbolic of a big gesture, something that somebody
that's
above you.
That's something that Jesus never did. He just walked on the stuff. Now,
well, Jesus is only archetype. Yeah,
right.
You're right.
Now, I want to get back to the third miracle, which is the salt into the water in Jericho.
Right.
And it says you can check it out today, that it's actually still fresh.
Right. So
but I want to know if we can actually go and find out, if we can go Google, is the water in Jericho fresh, like the Bible says, or something like that? Or does somebody know? Does somebody who's theologically qualified and academically well read in the subject of theology, can somebody come and tell me?
Well, so here's the thing. Unless we had somebody who was water purification, or I don't know whether geologists do this or what, we would have to take the word of whoever gives us this information, right? That there, unless there's a study, and I'm looking it up right now.
Well, let me just also add that the water in Jericho,
right,
is bad, and the land is unproductive. So it wasn't even good for the land. So what Elisha does is he gets a new bowl with salt. He doesn't do anything with the bowl. The bowl is just there to hold the salt. The salt is thrown into the water, and the water is now purified and will no longer cause death or infertility. That, to me, is a Jesus miracle. Or if Jesus had done it, it would have been classified as, a miracle. Jesus can do it. I don't see any difference in the quality of the miracle, being that Elisha performed it or being that Jesus performed it. So really, Jesus is becoming less and less of a central figure, other than the actual name. The symbolism, the actions, everything is just disappearing.
Well, Jesus was a construct. It was a construct in the New Testament, so much so that they felt at some point he was too agreeable. That's why he comes back at the end with a sword, and he's the judgment. He comes back much harsher than he did before. I mean, why wasn't he harsh then? They wrote it wrong. Well, I'm reading something here that talks about this still continues today. It says the battle continues today, and it mentions something about 2 Kings 2, Jericho's date palm trees have roots that stretch towards a source of fresh water that has turned a desert into garden. Visitors to Jericho or Tel's Sultan can see the perennial spring that supported the city for centuries and provided a splendid irrigation system, distributing water to the plain as well as all travelers in antiquity. So it says, likely prophet Elisha purifies the spring in 2 Kings 2. It says the oldest city on earth also sits as the lowest one at almost 800 feet below sea level. This is why. It's because this is how it sits. That's how they... Okay. Jericho owes its existence to the spring, to be sure, but the city also sits at the base of the primary roads that ascend from the Jordan Rift Valley up to the hill country of Judea. Anyone crossing the Jordan River from the plains of Moab had Jericho to face. Very interesting. Well, so there is... So if it's 800 feet below sea level, if you stick salt into salt water, what is that going to do? I mean, or I guess it wouldn't be salt water if it's underground, huh?
Hell, I don't know. That's a good question.
Well, I'm reading further. I just didn't want to keep reading until I find.
No, I'm looking for some topography here to sort of show.
The favorite Bible story of many children remain Jericho's most renowned event, the day its wall came tumbling down. When Joshua and the nation of Israel crossed the Jordan River from the east, only Jericho stood between them and the Promised Land. The archaeologists
look, I've got a good image here.
Good. It talks about archaeology.
Let me bring this image in.
Discoveries here.
This will...
Yeah, it's interesting when you. I mean, from my point of view, it's really easy for me to see what is not a biblical. I don't see miracles, right? Because I don't have that reference, and so I look at everything without this divine, supposed divine skew to it. And now that I see how the professors and stuff and those, you know, the archaeologists and stuff, the way that they decipher this, I see the way that is. It's really cool. Not yet.
No, not yet. Give it 45 seconds.
Sure. I mean, this is a good lesson, right? Like, this is a good lesson, but it doesn't prove God or Jesus. Period.
No, God or Jesus is
right.
There's no such thing as God or Jesus. There's no discussion about that even.
Right, but that doesn't make this lesson, whatever it is and wherever it came from.
This is a lesson. I mean, let's face it. The books were written at a period of time when history, where people were living and, you know, recording stuff and whatnot. So it's not that the Jericho doesn't exist or didn't exist. In fact, if you look at it now, you'll see that it looks to me, if this is correct, that Jericho itself is at the bottom of what looks like the Jordan Valley. Right.
That's what the article says. See, and it's 800 feet below sea level. It says 825 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so theoretically, when the waters were higher, it would have gone over Jerusalem, right? And as the waters recede, that's how you get that level of the Dead Sea and the bottom of the Dead Sea right there. Because that Dead Sea, you know, doesn't have any way
I
to
don't know
replenish.
I don't know what the fossil record is in Jerusalem itself.
Huh. Well, I know that there's the archaeologist thing right here. This article talks about what the archaeologists found, and they show all kinds of pictures of like old underground city stuff. It says, in 1868, Charles Warren excavated Tel Sultan, but concluded the tell offered little to consider. Other archaeologists continued to dig, including Sellen and Watzinger from 1907 to 1913, Garstang from 1930 to 36, Kenyon from 52 to 58, to name examples. During her excavation, Kathleen Kenyon discovered a Neolithic tower, 26 feet in diameter and 26 feet high, which she dated to 8,000 to 7,000 BC. The purpose of this tower still bewilders most archaeologists. This discovery and its alleged date offers the basis for Jericho's fantastic boast of being the oldest city on earth. Very interesting. Most recently, Italian archaeologists have done significant work at the tell, finding remains of early or middle bronze period. Again, none of that proves any god. It just says that it's old and it's been there a long time. Archaeologists have identified a revetment wall dating to the Middle Bronze period, composed of massive stones which supported the slope of the tell below the mud brick wall. Although archaeologists agree the wall fell down, they disagree on when it occurred. Most scholars hold to Kenyon's conclusion that Jericho fell in the mid-16th century BC and no city even existed when Joshua showed up. Interesting. I mean, there's so much more too that's really cool. It's about pottery and about all kinds of stuff. So it wouldn't have been there. I think that's what they're saying, right? Who's Joshua, by the way?
Man, I think he was either I think he was a king.
Okay.
Not sure.
Dr. Woods effectively demonstrated that the massive stones of jars still filled with grain, founded by Garston and Kenyon, represented a city not destroyed by siege, but by battle after spring harvest. The pottery, stratigraphic considerations, scarab data, and a carbon-14 date all point to the destruction of the city around the end of the late Bronze Age, about 1400 BCE, and that's by Dr. Bryant Wood. Most scholars disagree with the biblical chronology, that the conquest began in 1400 BC, preferring instead a date of 1250 to 1200. The debate continues to this day. The evidence does give credence to the the biblical record as being more than mere myth or fable, but history. Video Jericho Unearthed that talks about that, and there's a video in there on YouTube called Jericho Unearthed, and then it goes on more and more. There's a load of information here. Looks like with citation. Citation, please. Do you want me to continue reading, or no?
Absolutely.
Yeah. In the 1st century BC, Herod the Great leased the area near ancient Jericho from the Egyptian Cleopatra. After her suicide in 30 BC, Octavian gave Jericho to Herod. The master builder constructed a posh winter palace complete with aqueducts to irrigate the area. Isn't that nice? The massive complex boasted large bathhouse and an immense reception hall with mosaic frescoes and gold and marble columns. The opulent palace straddled the ancient road that led from Jericho to the Wadi Kilt and up to Jerusalem.
Probably Wadi.
Wadi. In the 1st century AD, Jesus and his disciples would have walked this road on their way to the holy city where Jesus would die for our sins. It says, it's just automatic indoctrination. Even the frickin' internet would die for our sins. See Matthew 20:29, Mark 10:46, and Luke 18:35. Brought to you by Menon. Sorry. Modern guides parade tourists by an old sycamore tree that stands as a reminder of Zacharias climbed the day Jesus passed through the city. Huh. They've got the tree. Never mind. I'm not going to go there. So many problems with that. For years, Jericho fell off the tourist itinerary because the area's political climate was as hot as the valley itself. Recently, however, level heads have cooled, and the area now offers more access to visitors willing to change buses and guides. It goes on to touristy stuff. Devotion through Jericho. When you ask Jesus for something, no, I can't go there.
No.
Yeah, that's about it. Do you think, so it asks a question. Do you think it's necessary that archaeology and the Bible harmonize? Absolutely, it should harmonize.
Well, the archaeology will probably harmonize, but the fiction that's built around it, of course.
Well, that's what they're asking. Should what the archaeologists find and the Bible, should those two things go together?
Well, no, because archaeology is not going to unearth parables. Archaeology is not going to unearth, fly on the wall, I was there stories.
Yeah, it says, I think it says, do you think it's necessary? So I guess what they're asking is, do you really need this? Do you need the archaeologist stuff to show you anything in order for you to believe in God? I think that's what they're asking.
God's got nothing to do with all that stuff.
I know. I was looking to see if there was some answers. See what anybody else said.
Basically, God and religion are, if you really think about it, are two totally different subjects.
Right. Well, especially, and that all depends on how one defines God.
Well, the thing is, there's so many different religions, and every religion has to define their God in such a way as to distinguish itself from all other religions.
Right.
So therefore, the religions, there's as many gods as there are religions.
Right.
And the subject of gods is wholly separate to the one of religion, because religion is a way of kind of a culture, a way of life, and something that that you can sort of follow along and almost draw a picture about. But God, good luck.
Well,
good luck in your
endeavors.
Your endeavors, young.
Well,
man.
It seems very clear that, I mean, I don't know how you feel or how people that come from religion feel, but when someone says, okay, here's the metaphor of Jesus, right? Jesus is the act of dying, right? That's something that we go through. Anytime we need to change anything about us, there is something that has to die, a part of us that has to die and relinquish that. And then we can be reborn and we can move on and continue on, in our world. That's, to me, that makes absolute sense. And we know that these things, I mean, intrinsically, I think when you hear that, how do you feel about that? To me, it feels like that feels appropriate. It doesn't mean that there's a Jesus. That means that is a metaphor for a human experience.
Human experience is human experience,
right? But separate the Jesus for it. Just the act of, like when a parent dies, or if you lose a job, or if you have to quit smoking, there's something you're going to have to wrestle with. It's going to be a big deal, and you're going to have to really surrender and just let it go and die. It's like you're going to die on that hill, right? And but you're not really dying. So then you are going, so you conquer this, and you resurrect yourself anew.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Well, I see it. I don't get it.
You don't get it?
I don't understand
it. Because it's every time we make change, when we turn 18 and we move out of the house, or when we move from our parents' house, there's the child is left behind, and then we realize there are things that we have to do, and sometimes we resist them, and part of us, that part has to die.
I think the unfortunate part is the state of preparedness of the person who is leaving the nest. Most people aren't ready. Don't know
exactly.
A fucking clue. Like, I'm one of them. Don't have a fucking clue what to do.
Right, and so that's what I'm saying, is that part of you has to die, and if it doesn't die, then we'll carry those things on with us. And I certainly have had that same experience. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready, nor should I have been, but I felt the need to.
Right.
And I'm finding a lot of this to be true, that there are certain things about me that I know literally have to die in order for me to progress. Right? These are the lessons that they were trying to teach us, because these stories were told for people who were far less linguistically sophisticated or emotionally, or they didn't have as much knowledge. So they had to be in these little stories, and that's how we've always told stories in our world, through plays, or around the fire, a dance, or something, some type of communal display.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout history, we see that over and over again. And Romeo and Juliet had a purpose. That story, Shakespeare's stories all had a purpose. Fairy tales, Grimm's fairy tales, they've all had a purpose. But that still doesn't prove any kind of God or Jesus doesn't exist.
Well, it exists in people's minds.
Well, again, it's all how you define it.
Yeah, which is the only way it can be defined.
Yeah.
Because that's where it exists. I don't understand why it's so difficult to understand to get that.
I don't either. I mean, the way I'm seeing it now, that it's really clear that it is. Humans need something bigger than them to understand, and they need to understand that they are. You know, you don't go taunt the ocean, right? You don't go just running into the ocean and disregard the fact that it's this big bad thing, and a wave will come crash and kill you. In a very small way, you have to fear that thing. It's bigger than you. You have responsibility now that you are a conscious being, and you know that what you do has consequences and can change things.
Would you classify that as common sense?
No. Well, it should be. I mean, there are certain things that.
It is? It's like
well, the fact that you believe that, I believe
watching
that's
for the
probably,
wave just as important as looking before you cross the street.
Well, yes, but that you'd have to ask yourself how much of that is learned from each other, and how much of that is inherent. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you, but there could be reasons why that feels like common sense. Because see, the last thing I was talking to you about seems like, I mean, the metaphor of having to die over something, and that the act of, you know, picking yourself up and going on is your own rebirth. That seems common to me. Like that, we should know that, but it seems to be subjective. Because you're not the first one that's gone. I don't get it. Yet, you know that there are a group of other people that do get it. But yet, what you think is commonplace there, I'm not quite sure. So I don't think any of us are wrong. I think it's just the human experience, and that we learn things in various ways. Because I think there's moral and I think there's subjective and objective morality that is both. This whole one or the other is bullshit. I think there's things that we definitely are born knowing, right? Like as soon as we get this, you know, any mind that is a balanced mind, when somebody dies that is, you know, close to them that they know, they will feel a certain feeling that we all feel.
Right.
Right. To different degrees, of course, based on your, you know, where you are within that within that person's life.
Right.
But you don't have to teach that. And so I think there are things that are just both. Yeah. It's the relationship, it's humans, it's the sanctity of life itself. This is what I said even before when I first came here, all life is sacred. That I used to say that, and they mocked me and mocked me and mocked me. And they'll still mock me, and I don't care. I know, I'm sure I'm not the first one to come up with it. But even for saying all life is sacred. Darwin's deity came in one time and, oh, does that mean that cockroaches are sacred? I'm like, dude, you know, first of all, I'm thinking to myself, dude, if you're
fucking dumb fucking comment from him.
I'm thinking, first of all, dude, if you're going after me, you have nothing, because I am the lowest hanging fruit around here. I have zero knowledge of anything other than a human secular experience, right? I mean, yeah, I know everything, but I don't know any more about Buddhism than I would know about Christianity. It's just whatever you hear in the ethos, you know, growing up, and we just didn't have any of that. So yeah, he's like, so I got a lot of that shit, and people would take a pot shot. No, all life isn't sacred, sugar. What about the mass murder? Okay, well, it's not the mass murder or the act that's the sacred part. It's the fact that life itself, right? It's the same thing with equality. People want equality. Men and women are not equal, period. They never have been, they never will be, but they ought to have equal rights in the world, right? So it's kind of that same thing. It's just like all life is sacred. So if life makes it here, if you're born, you must handle that life with reverence. It must be divine to you, because it is. And if you treat it as life as something bigger than yourself and something worth worshiping, that you'll take good care of it, right? That's all that is. But and if people could get that, I mean, shit would change really fast. But people are not that way, because somebody has taken these Bible stories and they've written them so they benefit those who will control instead of giving the control to the people themselves. Because you can't get people to give you tithes, right? You can't get them to give you your land or to obey you if they're strong, stable, autonomous people. If they think, have critical thinking skills and revere something bigger than themselves, they won't follow somebody like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people who are hurting fall to dogma. That's why they're so drawn to that. And I don't know why I didn't, because nobody's been more screwed up than me. I don't know. I tried once when my kid was, when our kids, in our family, it seems like around 13 people go, well, what's this whole God thing about? We just explore it, go check it out, and that's it. But with Sarah, I remember thinking, okay, I'll try, right? I was like in a low place, I'll try. I tried. There was nothing. I just felt like there was none of that there. So I don't know. I really am glad that you brought that up. That's a really cool little thing there. I'm curious to see what the fundies think of that. I'm sure it's something completely different.
Oh, they'll twist it some
Oh yeah.
unintelligible way.
You're a smart man. I'm glad you picked that one out.
Thank you.
That was really cool. Huh. Well,
Now, the very last paragraph of 2 Kings 2 is the one that's well known. The bear thing.
no, I've never heard that.
No?
The only thing that you mentioned, the bears, I just did hear a thing about they found caves in Japan. Because I guess there's some old ancient ritual that involves a bear head. And it's funny that this comes up. And so in Japan they found caves with these bear heads in it, or old bear head skeletons, that were put in the same type of position that the old stories talked about, which is a confirmation for that. And I guess those stories are like 25,000 years old. Or, that's where they date all that.
Mm.
And strangely enough, Korea, I was watching something about their history the other day. In the old days, I mean, like thousands of years ago, the Koreans, they have a lore that says that a bear mated with God. And that's how people came about. That's how Korean people came about.
Ah, a bear in my neighborhood is not grizzly. Is not polar.
Really?
Yes. A bear in my neighborhood is human, hairy.
Yeah.
Think Kazoon.
I was just going to say, there's only one other bear I know, a land bear. He's a leather land bear.
So I think if we're doing some interpreting and we can bring in our modern day knowledge,
yeah,
and vernacular, because it wasn't written it was written in such a way that we do have to interpret it.
Right.
Let's interpret away. Bear is
Yeah.
not it's a euphemism for not it does not refer to the grizzly or the polar bear
Right.
types.
Not at all.
No.
It refers to the hairy leather bear.
That's right.
Well, what's really funny is in the Korean one, the Hwarang dynasty, the king was dying and he said, bring me 7 of the most beautiful men, the most capable, most talented, blah, blah, blah. He goes, make sure they're aesthetically beautiful. So he wanted 7 beautiful men around him. I thought, oh, that's why those Korean men are so touchy with each other. Isn't that funny? Runs through everything. Maybe it's the gay man that really owns the world. That's why he's being kept down.
Well, they got the pride.
Right. It's either gay men or it's the females. Because
Tell me something. I want to know when Rich Pride Day is, because I want to go watch the parade.
In what? Well, Pride Days mostly have just passed.
Rich, not gay pride, rich pride. People are really, really,
Oh,
really proud
oh.
about being rich, and then they you know, they flaunt it along in a parade. Like,
Yeah, well, that happens. Oh, okay. So you don't know when that happens every day at the end of the close of the stock market.
oh, so you go to any pub near
Yeah.
the financial
Yeah.
district.
Yep.
Okay.
Every day. Our day. So that, you know, our closest relative, you know what kind of monkey we're related to?
My mother.
The one that's our closest match.
My mother.
Ba-dum-ba. It really needs. Yeah. No, it's. Well, most people would think they think the chimpanzee when you say, you know, related to monkeys, right?
Well,
But
okay.
it's
What is it? Oh, it's the orangutan, probably.
no, it's the bonobo.
Oh, bonobo, right.
Right, and this, but you know, the bonobos, what they're.
The little fuck monkey.
Yes, they are a matriarch society, and they settle everything. Settle it with a duel. No, settle it with sex.
Right.
They settle it with sex. And I'm thinking, okay, so if that's part of our genetic makeup, then we see why women were kept down because the guys had to get a stronghold because they just want to fuck all day. And that makes sense. Makes sense to me.
They figured out the meaning of life.
Well, yeah, that's the only way to get life, right?
No, they figured out the meaning.
Yes.
Without the getting, without just the whole, you know, getting through the day. What else to do? Ooh, I know.
Yeah, see, this is what happens.
You won't find a depressed bonobo.
No, only the guy. Well, yeah.
Unless they're being
Everyone's.
rejected by the
That's
women.
true. Yeah, yeah. You know, that's one of the metaphors that's in the Adam and Eve stories. That's why he's so shy, or that's why he's so timid, is because women intimidate men because of the fact that they can pick the genetics. It's them that decides who she'll mate with and who she won't.
Yeah.
You know, early animals. Very interesting. We are in control.
I want to share with you what I found and what I'm going to watch.
All right.
Let me just.
All right, sir.
Okay, it's going to come up on the page, on the screen, in about 45 seconds.
We're gonna have to get some music. We'll have to get a soundboard.
I've got the soundboard. I've got what's his name soundboard, but I don't want to hear his voice.
Oh, that's it. I've watched those. I'm up to the 10th one.
Oh, because I haven't started watching them.
This is what I told you about yesterday.
Yes, that's how I got it. Well, actually, I got it in a sort of a different way.
Yeah.
Somehow I clicked on this link, and this guy Jordan Peterson was talking directly to that James Damore guy.
Yes.
And
oh, that was the Google thing you got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway,
okay, so
I was thinking of watching this in a sort of a live setting.
Okay, so if we do this,
yeah.
we have to do it big time because this is important,
exactly.
Right? This is super important, and this is what I've been learning from.
Uh-huh.
And in addition to these, I have listened to his lectures. That he's been working on this project for 25 years.
Okay.
This is this man's life work. He's a psychotherapist. He's a professor at the University of Toronto. He used to be a Harvard professor. He's very deep into psychology, big into Jung, Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, all of Solzhenitsyn. Really, really amazing man. And what he knows about history and philosophy and everything else is amazing. Now, this is the man that's in question with that atheist I was just telling you about. Yeah, because he believes he's a theist. I don't believe it for 1 second.
It doesn't matter. He's a professor in this field.
Right.
Knows what the fuck.
It is a psychological review of the Bible. It is not a Christian apology. Exactly. Period.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is great. You know what? I have wanted to do this. Oh my gosh. I really want to do this. I wanted to start having hangouts on this and start going over it. They're long, so you'd have to break them up.
They're 2.5 hours long, but number one.
No. Each one is 2.5 hours long.
Yeah, I know, but there's ways you can set it up. You can watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
Or you can watch hour at a time, just or find a natural break and start discussing.
Right.
Or you can do one over several.
So I'll tell you how he does these things. He works them out as he has the notes and he knows everything he's done, but he does a lot of talking on the fly. and he starts to work things out. He's very fair in the way he talks, but the beginning of stuff, the first two are kind of slow. He's just kind of setting the whole thing up for you, right? And then at the end, he kind of ties them up. So you really get the discussion points, or if you're going to see the big picture, you're going to see it towards the end. To stop early.
Okay, so the thing to do is to start and persist until the end of the series.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could stop and have a conversation, but you'd have to know that he'll bring it to at least an end at the end of it, and then you start again the next one, and he bridges them all.
Right.
It's awesome. It is awesome.
Lovely. I'm looking forward to that.
Oh my gosh. We're gonna have to pick a time that when we know we can do this consistently, if you really want to do it, because I really would like to.
Well, I can do it anytime between midnight and 11:59 p.m. the following day.
I'm gonna have to check my calendar. It's kind of a tight schedule. Yeah. Okay. Well, you and I will talk about it.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
We'll set it up. Yeah, because I really think there's a lot of work to be done here, and I think that he has a big picture, and I've been very hesitant to put out where I've been learning these things, although I have said, I'm learning them from lectures and everything's honest. But when you tell people something, they're immediately going to have that bias, right? They're going to have a bias, and they're going to be defensive or whatever. And I think that Jordan Peterson is so smart that he knows, because he has that same word, that people need something, right? And not all people need everything, but the people throughout history have told us. I mean, when Nietzsche said in the 1880s, in 1882, that God is dead and we've killed him and we've got the blood on our hands, and paraphrasing, it's going to be really hard to wash this off, right? So what he's saying is, through our modern time, we've now destroyed whatever myth there is about this God character, and it's going to affect our world, not in a good way. And that seems to us atheists, we think, God's been disproven. Oh my gosh, that's the greatest thing in the world. But what he and many other great philosophers knew is that society needs certain things, and that there's a certain balance. Nothing is perfect, right? There's always malevolence, and you're always going to fight against that. But there are just some basic rules there's some basic laws that govern us humans. And they've been passed down.
11 satanic rules of the earth.
Whatever, you know what I mean? All those satanic rules all have the same basis story. Just like the Abrahamic gods, they're all from the one story. Well, there are even more stories back there. I mean, just going back to the Bible is like a drop in the bucket to where these stories came from, and and it has nothing to do with any kind of...
At some point, now that you mentioned it, I would like to actually read the Epic of Gilgamesh, because that's apparently the oldest...
Yeah.
That's the oldest
story.
Written story that actually includes the flood.
Right, and it's almost, there's parts of it and the Noah's, the flood thing that I hear are almost identical, but they've just changed some words. Like there's a few sentences that are virtually the same. I heard that in one of these hangouts. You know who might know a lot about
that one at some point, but
yeah, that's wonderful.
It's probably a good idea to get through this. The Jordan Peterson one. Because I would prefer to do that one, because firstly, it's long. The winter's coming.
Yeah. No, I really wanted to, because this is so important. It's so necessary. Look what we have looming right now. We've got a madman that, look, I'm hoping that Madman Trump has given the reins over to somebody, and that they're going to do something good with this. But otherwise, I am quite...
Madman Trump?
Yeah.
Kim Jong-un's the madman.
They're all madmen. They're all madmen.
But Kim Jong-un's the guy who's got to blink first.
But this isn't it. But see, innocent people are going to die.
He's got to blink first. You know that.
Oh yeah, I know. I see. I know what this is. This is just two crazy men fronting. Trying to see. Yeah, exactly. They're playing chicken.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. Why in the world would we very capable, smart people who can clearly see that both men are half-crocked in their own way. Why are we allowing them to play with nukes? Why are we allowing them to hold our existence in their hands? Are we, I mean,
Because
we
we
must
trust,
be.
we trust
No,
Trump,
no.
that's why.
No. They don't trust Trump. No,
I
what
trust
happened?
Trump.
What happened was America got apathetic and didn't use their right to vote. They exercised it as an option, which was never that was never the intention. And they gave into greed, and they let corporate greed run rampant. They absolutely gave into everything that we should. And see, that is because of religion. First and foremost, this whole thing, when you stop making people important, now you've got people, screaming for safe spaces because their households, their family lives were so shitty that their most vulnerable time was just annihilated. You don't come back from some of these things. Not everybody has the constitution to the internal constitution to get through this. And a lot of people are damaged. They've come from fucked up homes. And nobody wants to admit it because it seems so normal now. I mean, we went from whole villages raising people to just one single crazy mother. It's not right. And that's, so when somebody says, I'm going to make the world different, I'm going to do it better, the ignorant see Donald Trump, he's a very rich man. Oh, maybe he can get something done. Because they don't know. They're not looking at the whole thing and saying, wait a minute, that's not smart, right? 2 + 2 is 4. And if you take care of your check register right, you don't ever go into the negative. And this man's been in the negative 4 times on a global scale. He doesn't pay taxes because he made a deal with the IRS. I mean, it's like, this is not a man who shows good judgment.
Well, the only evidence I've seen is that release of the 2005 tax return, personal tax return of Donald Trump, which showed, if I remember correctly, he made something in the region of $150 million and paid in the region of $43 million in taxes.
Right.
So now you have come up.
Then.
I know, but you've come up with no evidence that he hasn't paid any taxes.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to find it. It's I heard it in the beginning of his. At the beginning of his campaign, so I'll have to research it.
All right.
But they had talked about that.
Your evidence is dodgy at best.
It could be dodgy.
Yeah.
But it certainly would.
Well, I'm saying. What I'm saying is, this is the kind of stuff I'm trying to prevent. Is the secondary or tertiary or hearsay that's coming out from
everything's going to be that way. But regardless, so I'll drop that. We'll just say I'm a liar on that one, okay? But I'm not. I'll find it. I'll find it. But here's the bigger problem. Right. The bigger problem is what he exhibits, the way he. I mean, they took what's his name out. Who's the other Middle Eastern guy? The one that the SEALs died, or they landed in. I can never remember his name. This last, not Hussein, but
Bin Laden.
Bin Laden, yeah. I mean, look, they went in with Bin Laden and they just, thumped him on the head and got rid of him.
Well, we don't know they did that. They say they did that.
Okay, so then how do we confirm anything? Even if I find proof, how do we know that that's true?
Well, but the fact that he hasn't seemed to have surfaced since then.
But so what about all the stuff that we see Trump lying on the TV? We see the clip where he says one thing, and then we see a clip where he says...
Give me one example of a lie.
Let me find them. He lies. Well, I'm watching them. Let me just
I'm watching
go
them
through.
too. I'm watching, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to connect the dots. I'm trying to connect what he said during his political campaign for the presidency and what his...
So there's the Daily Show. There's all the different... news shows that are on YouTube that have all the clips. I will get them for you.
I'm watching Donald Trump himself, just like you said. You were.
No, I watch.
Why do you need news clips when you can watch the man himself?
Oh, I am not going to waste my life watching that man. There is just no way. That's madness.
That's but it's madness when you know that the news itself is being it's fake news. They take something and they make fake news out of it.
Some of it, yeah, I would agree.
I fervently believe that because I'm not watching the fake news. I'm just watching the man and watching what he says.
Yes, but then how do you know when
the fake news comes out and says things that I cannot verify from watching him? Then I want to know where they get that stuff from.
Right, and I agree with you on that one because I think the media is shit myself, right? But they're not 100% shit. But I think they're shit. I think they are, again, with religion, they're right up there with our problems.
Okay, I tell you what. Let's not go there.
Yeah.
I want to go to something a lot more important.
Okay.
In my judgment.
Yes.
In my judgment of Donald Trump through the campaign, I think I even went on record saying that Donald Trump can only succeed if America or if the world does not go to war. And I still think so. I still think that the only way Donald Trump will succeed is if America, if we don't go to a world war. Now, these little incursions here and there, I would imagine he'd be trying to cut those down. To cut down a lot of those.
Oh no, he wants to take over.
I understand, but going to war does not seem to serve a man like that purpose in any ideological way that I can.
Well, that's because you're thinking that he's sane.
Identify.
Right,
I'm
you're a
thinking
sane
that he's
man.
sane. Of course, he's sane.
No, he's not sane. I mean, he had extensive psychiatric, attention during his campaign. He's.
So whoa, what does that mean? Why does that point to him being insane?
Oh, I didn't say he was insane.
I mean, if you've got pneumonia, you're going to get some kind of a doctor to come in and treat your pneumonia and try.
Right.
Even if they can't cure it, at least control it for some reason. I mean, that's the same thing with
did you hear about the speech that he made at the about the Boy Scouts?
No, I didn't. What did he say?
So the Boy Scouts, he made a speech at the Boy Scouts, and he said he gave a speech, and the Boy Scouts said to him, the best speech they'd ever heard, and blah, blah, blah. And the Boy Scouts came out and said, we never said that. And they were very upset. So of course, he doesn't retract anything, right? Which is your first sign that this man thinks he can do no wrong. The community, the narcissistic abuse syndrome community, before he was even elected, and psychiatric professionals, mental professionals were all in the news saying, this man exhibits these, of course, without examining him totally. You could never.
Sugar, how do you
Because
know?
He takes no responsibility.
How do
I was
you
raised
know?
by one, and I heard that from them, and so I've been watching that.
How do you know that nobody in the Boy Scouts that Donald Trump spoke to told him that it was the best speech that they'd ever heard or something like that? How do you know?
So this is the thing.
I know that the Boy Scouts. I know that the Boy.
So the news had this. So we're either going to decide as a society, and I'm with you on this one. I think that media is shit, and this is a good thing that we should ask ourselves. We cannot choose to believe one and then not believe the other. That's just bias, right? That's your own cultural or media bias, whatever. None of us have the expertise to verify this shit anyways. I hear people asking for citation all day long in these damn hangouts. It's like, who the fuck are you to even verify a citation, right? I mean, we all have to kind of take some things, we have to take them on face value and then base them on what is proven. It's like, if somebody always comes through and they're doing what they're supposed to do, then, if somebody calls into question, you're going to say, hey, wait a minute, this person does this all the time. But when you see somebody who does things wrong all the time, if it acts like a duck and looks like a duck and sounds like a duck, a lot of times it's probably a duck, but not always. I mean, there are exceptions because we know that the media will skew things. Absolutely, they fuck things up. I mean, look at what's going on with Google right now. I mean, Google is doing, if you have stock in Google, I would not, oh shit, do I still have my Google speaker on? Oh no, I muted it, I unplugged it yesterday. No, I unplugged it yesterday because I'm so upset with them. If you own stock in Google, I would get rid of it right now if it hasn't already dropped. It's a problem. And this Jordan Peterson, Google got rid of all his accounts one day for no reason.
Really?
right? And then a couple days later or the next day, that young man that you just saw on the that you saw him interview, that young man was fired from Google with an exemplary record, but because he put out a paper showing that they're customizing cultural and racial appropriation. Make sure there's so many women here, make sure there's so many blacks there, make sure there's so many Asians there, to the point where it's so illegal that now Google's trying to run, smokescreen defense. But they fired him right away. And what's his name? Julian Assange came out and offered the kid a job. The kid's a little odd. I think he's high-end Asperger's, right? And which people will take as some kind of a deficit, and it's not.
I didn't find him that.
He's just no, I know, but I think people will. He's very discerning. I believe somebody with Asperger's. I mean, they're so honest. That why wouldn't you? And it really breaks my heart that it's such a great. I mean, a company that we loved so much. I mean, at least I did, Google, and I'm going to get rid of that Google Home. I'm going to go get an Alexa.
Did you see the share price?
Yep, down.
It's not.
Told you.
Nah, it's jumping. It's coming up again. Look at it.
Yeah, well, because we're stupid. That's why. Because we'll forget. As long as something doesn't happen, we'll forget. But what this document is that he brought out, because Google will tape everything, right? And it's for everybody to know, the full knowledge. This and these meetings, they were not allowed to be taped. They were told that nobody is allowed to talk about this. And when he heard it, because he was in the meeting, he's like, this is wrong. And he stands up, and it's funny, Jordan Peterson talks about this. It was like 10 years ago. He talked about the power of one person coming forward. He talks about the whole thing with the Hitler and those who joined in. And he goes through the whole thing that it takes for people to join in something like that. That's the whole. And he says, had one person spoke up, it would have made a difference. As long as you continue to spread the lies or believe the lies, you are part of the problem. That's that whole thing. And Definitely. It is this kid may have just changed between the two of them, because Jordan Peterson's fighting for other things that are important. All these laws that go into effect in both our countries, yours and mine, hopeless for some people. And a lot of people will throw their hands up in the air over something like this, because what you're saying is true. They're all shit. So now what do you do?
Then, you know what? I watch alternative media. I watch people who comment and analyze, but aren't necessarily trained journalists.
I do too. And I think that is the best way.
Yeah.
Hi, Daddy. The reason most people can't see God is because they don't look low enough. How
would you translate that?
What that means is that that while you're looking up to the stars in the sky, right, you're not looking down where your own people are. And when the littlest among us, whether it be children or whether it be the poor or the starving, when you can get down on that level and you can help people like that, that is where you'll find the divinity. And that's the relationship between people. And it's how we care for each other. I mean, how we care for each other directly shows how we feel about ourselves. We don't value ourselves much at all.
No.
But see, this man's...
Because we're not in the stock market.
Right. Because we value money.
That's right.
And, but anyway, so if great men throughout history have known these things, then we ought to at least look at them and see if they are appropriate for our time. Right? Like, I don't ever want to tell anybody that this is how they should do it. And even if I misspeak, I'm learning to speak better. But at least entertain all sides with a mind that says, I'm the deciding factor, right? I decide, because it doesn't matter what advice you take. If you take somebody's advice, you're taking it. So you are now responsible for that. And people are afraid of responsibility anymore. But it's the exact thing that we need. And all it has to be is just personal responsibility. And if you can't be some, person out in society, just don't be a menace to society, right? Don't be a burden on society. they, in psychology, and they say that, if you pick your own burden, you'll carry it far, far longer than one that is, given to you. And men, you guys are programmed. You love to have something to do. Men want a purpose. They're fixers. They're our warriors.
Yeah, every time you say fixer, I think, fix me a sandwich.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the reciprocal part of it. You bring home the meat, and I will make you a sandwich, and together we will enjoy it.
Look, I just take 100%.
All right.
So.
Well, then I'm going to give you nothing.
Well,
but if you give me some, I'll give you some.
Oh, I'll share. I always
Okay.
share. Whether I say I'm gonna or I don't, or I say I am, I just do. Can't help it.
I know. You're gruff. I was talking to somebody the other night who was an MRA, and he was talking about that. I don't want to give anything. I just want women to meet my every need. And I'm not going to let you know if something bothers me because, I don't want you to think I'm weak. I said, well, let me ask you something. I mean, if I'm supposed to be serving you and doing all these things, if I don't really know you, right? If I can't trust you and I don't know you, I won't know when you are maybe tired or what's this or what's grumpy, or I can never properly serve you unless I properly know you. And it's so true. He's poor guy. He's been hurt so bad that he didn't get it, that he thinks that the only option now that he's been hurt is to devalue another partner, or to control another partner so he's never hurt again, instead of following some real basic rules that we all have to learn.
Quickly go buy a Google share. It's plummeting.
Right. Let me tell you. Look, I mean, it's just going to continue to go down.
Come on.
It's going to. They made a big mistake, and here's the thing: weeks and weeks ago,
look how much it's recovered from just an hour ago.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. I mean, this is yet to be. YouTube, who is, of course, a parent. They're together on this, Google and YouTube. YouTube has the Anti-Defamation League now reviewing. They're the governing body. That if they don't like your content, they are going to stick it into an abyss where it won't be recommended and it won't be monetized. It'll stay there for as long as they decide. Mm-hmm. And they've got all these people that have been not proving themselves to be fair, deciding our fate. They're doing some very big bad things. This is the danger.
Who's doing bad things?
Google. That CEO, there's something wrong with that woman. Once again, this is what happens when you take away their sacred job. Our job was to raise humans, which is far better a job than any freaking corporate job. Why people don't see the value in raising good humans to go out into the world? Well, now you see what happens. Now you see what happens when you don't do that. When you don't raise people to be caring and fair and critical thinkers and not to take shit. I mean, I'm not saying there's no utopia. This is no nirvana I'm talking about. Life is shit. It's tough. And you have to have the tools to combat it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. It's a good thing I don't get my period anymore. I get real emotional.
Well, you can still get emotional. You don't have to have a period
I know.
excuse for it.
That was the joke right there, that I was getting all emotional. And Sid, though, I am running for queen, though. I would like to take over this organization. I think I could do a really good job. I've done raising children, so I don't have that burden. I don't have anything ticking at me, right? I don't have the pull of, I gotta have kids. I better make the most of this job because, most women, even high-powered lawyers and successful women, about 30 years old, they drop out of the workforce. Nobody wants to work like a man like that. Some of these men work 60, 70 hours.
They die early, die
right.
young, they leave
right.
their insurance to their wives and children, so they live well. It's all
right.
planned.
Well, what I'm saying is that we have natural proclivities as genders, there are anomalies, there are exceptions, and those people ought to be respected. I'm not saying that anything that because we have male and female that anybody else that is what would be considered an anomaly or the lower percentage, or no, a lesser percentage. However, it can be said that it does not marginalize or minimalize these people. It acknowledges that they are what they are, right? But I mean, if you've got, and they should have everything that we have. They should be made to feel comfortable as well in our society. When we make laws, though, they must be made for humanity and not specific people.
Well, that's
I mean,
why I've started to title my debates humanist debates now.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's the
nobody
truth.
who's a humanist, in my opinion, can really be religious.
No.
So I think a distinction can be made between humanist and crazy creationist.
Yeah, because I mean, I'll fight all day long for LGBT, right? But at the end of the day, anything I vote on as far as laws has got to cover everybody, regardless. I mean, I don't even want to see the words. I don't want to see male, female. I don't want to see black, white, Asian. None of that matters.
You know what I want to see? I want to see 7 billion subscribers and double that many viewers.
I told you, I'm running for queen, and I'd like your support, and I'd like to take over this whole organization. I know I can do a good job for you. I will represent the females. I'm a strong, strong female. I will represent the males as they wish to be, represented.
Well,
and
you know what? It's just somehow there's got to be a karma somehow, because you're in luck. It's Queen Casting Couch Day soon, coming up in your city.
Really?
I'll be there personally.
All right. You just get me. Well, make sure. I'd like it to be an afternoon appointment if you don't mind.
Oh, you name it.
Okay.
All
right. Well, I'm going to start preparing for that. Oh, good. You know what? I've got this dress I'm going to wear. Yep. Should I prepare some kind of a speech? Do you want the background? Should I get all my documents in order? You want my birth certificate? Because I don't want that fiasco.
No, just the story. Or you don't need nothing. You don't need any. You just got to prove that you're 18. We will need to see that.
Huh? You sure this is a comprehensive program you got going here?
Yes. Oh, all inclusive.
All right.
You see, you don't see just one side of a person, because not everybody, no one has just one side.
The front side and the back side.
Right? You got the upside and the downside, from the bottom, from the top.
Yeah. No, that's not going to happen. But I still want to be queen.
I think you achieved that. So, what's happening with the men? As you can tell, I've started to hang around just with women because I can't fucking handle the bullshit.
Yeah, I feel the same way about the women. I can't handle the bullshit of the women either.
But what's happening with the usual suspects crowd that I used to hang around with that doesn't even consider me worthy anymore?
Well,
the down corners of this world.
Well, I can tell you, Talking Shit Tuesday took a dump yesterday. It's the slow season for Talking Shit Tuesday, people. And they pulled out the Sugar Rhodes card. Oh,
really?
It was beautiful within the first minute or so. And I thought, and they brought, oh yeah, well, it was Talking Shit Wednesday this week. And I'm going to have to tell you, well, because, bitch Kane had to take his children somewhere. Poor kids. But I've only watched the show a couple times since the day. Dun, dun, dun.
The day.
And yeah, that's never mind. Let's not relive it.
I need to listen to that show somehow because I miss it all. I don't watch it. So
yeah, I'm sure it's going to come up now that I'm running my mouth right now. It's going to make a whole new resurgence, which is exactly what they wanted, right? Mm-hmm. It's the slow season. They got nothing going on, and they're looking for something. They say it, they spell it out for you. You can see the evil in him, and it's ridiculous. So. Of course, I didn't make any comment on his on the video, or but yeah, they're.
I'm waiting for somebody to make a video, the shit that Sidney Winston says, sort of thing.
Ah, I love it. I was surprised when Shani made that Sugar Road You're a Cunt video for me.
Oh,
that was beautiful.
Well, why would you be surprised? She's a Christian.
Well, I just.
Oh, but it was for you.
I'm low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying I'm low hanging fruit. That doesn't happen to me.
Not anymore, baby.
Yeah. I fired one back to her.
You're
But
getting viral.
Nah, I'm still nothing. But the special snowflake argument has been annihilated, because what are snowflakes? They're all individually designed, but they are all snowflakes. So stop using the special snowflake shit. That's another thing that how they try to devalue people. You're all fucking snowflake.
The only special snowflake I know is Christian Hill.
Me. No, we're all special snowflakes. It's
Christian
not a
Hillbilly
bad
is the
thing.
specialist snowflake of them all, aren't you, Christian Hillbilly?
Sorry, he's not. We're
He's
all
such
special.
a faggot.
Oh, I don't know that. I will not condone that.
You don't think he's a faggot?
You know what? Here's the thing. I don't go. You do what you do, because you're responsible for your mouth. I don't know any of that to be true. I don't even know anything about it. And who anybody sleeps with, as long as they are of age and of sound mind to know what they're doing, I don't give a shit. I don't care who you do it with. I do. I do feel sorry for anybody. I do feel sorry for. I know he does. I do feel sorry for anybody who lives a life other than one that is authentic to their being. That bothers me, but that's not for me to decide. And it is one of those things that we could do with a little, if we could get to the point where, you don't have to agree with homosexuality at all. You don't have to like it in the least.
Yeah.
But since you don't come into my bedroom, and if we were to not be so overtly sexual in public, all of us, no matter what you believe in, right, that it wouldn't be that much of a problem. Because even countries that where being gay is not legal as far as marriage, and where they're not killing gays, of course.
Like Australia.
I don't know how Australia is with gays. I mean, you know my city, my country.
I don't believe gay marriage is legal in Australia.
Oh, okay. Well, same with South Korea. I mean, it's not something that's open, but none of this, kissing on TV is still a big deal, right? But they are very sexual in their music and the way they dress, because that's natural for them. And but they don't get together till later. But in any event, they have gay bars. You can go to them. They're not hunting anybody down or shutting them down. They're not, underground things. And they just had a gay pride parade the other day, but it's not talked about in public. And when people are accused of being gay, people don't go, "No, my God, I'm not gay." They don't fight it. They're very polite. And when they were asked by the American media, why didn't you just deny it? He said, because in denying it, it would act as if it was some kind of a problem, and that would cast a bad light on other people who were gay. And I think that is brilliant. It's like our sexuality should only be for our own private, right? And we can be sexual with each other, male or female. Like I can be sexual with a female, outwardly flirtatious, or with a male. Doesn't make me one or the other, because what I do in my own bedroom is my own business. And to say that person's gay or that person's straight is to create some kind of division and bias where one is not needed. So I keep saying we create all of this shit. We perpetuate it. Don't need to be there. Like I said, did I tell you I'm running for queen?
Tell me more. What when you say queen, you've always got a title. I'm queen of X or queen of Y. What's your what are you chasing?
Well, actually, I'm chasing smart people, because when I say I'm running for queen, I kind of count on your vote. I'm looking for the people that say we don't vote for queens. It's a critical thinking exercise. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for people. See, like my ears, the little ears I wear sometimes.
Yes.
I wear those when I go through the airport or whenever I'm out of the country, anywhere else, because they incite conversation. And then I talk to people all around the world about these same issues about life and what they want and what they like and what they don't like. And
life as a furry on the road.
Yeah. Life is a furry on the road. Only ears. Only for ears. Because, you know, sometimes the conversation goes like this. Hey, what's with the ears? And I go, I'm a cat. I need to hear. And then I just shake my head and walk away. Sometimes it's just something silly like that. But other times it goes into a whole conversation about, you know, what are you doing? You know, where do you come from? What do you do? Stuff like that. And we exchange ideas. We get to know each other. And, you know, they've been really good, really good. I met a couple millennials that I said, hey, by the way, it's one of my missions is to vindicate the millennials because y'all didn't raise yourselves. You're being demonized for what others did to you, and I think it's bullshit. So I'm going to help you rise up to the top and take over. I'm going to be gone someday. I'm going to need somebody to take my place. So I'm putting you millennials in charge, but you're going to have to learn your lesson first. Learn the lessons you should have been taught. And there's one guy that I've seen in the airports a couple times that we cross paths because he travels as much as I do. Yeah. But it is, and I read something, I can't remember as well as most people, a philosopher that talked about getting out in the world and seeing the rest of the world and how it can change your mind. And it truly is.
Wow, I think that's a well-known thing, isn't it?
No, it's not a well-known thing. Not amongst Americans. Maybe it may be amongst the other people. You know, back when Clinton got popped with chubby cheeks, I was in Germany at the time, and that was the first time I'd heard anybody speak about Americans. It's when I realized, when I learned, started to learn about the ignorance of America and how different we were from the rest of the world, because I had just started traveling outside the world at that time. And I didn't know. That was when they asked me where I was from, and I said I was Canadian, because I was so ashamed at, you know, listening to all these things that that I knew to be true, but I didn't know how to answer them because I didn't know anything about politics, or not enough about politics to engage in the conversation. Mm-hmm. But I knew what they were saying was true because I'd seen these things in the news. That, you know, they were part of our common knowledge. Right. Yeah, and I've regretted that. I tell the story often as kind of my penance, right, to admit it, because nobody should have to feel that way about their country. But yeah, we're obnoxious. We go to places and we're loud. We expect people to all speak English, and we expect people.
You know something? Germans are loud. Argentinians are loud.
Sure. We don't represent.
I mean, I don't know who exactly.
Oh, the Chinese are a mess right now when they travel.
The Southeast Asians are loud.
But we don't. The Chinese aren't loud.
The Balkan people are loud. Everybody's fucking. You should hear.
Yeah, that's one aspect, but we're rude, you know, and that's the thing that we keep hearing, that how rude that we are. Yeah, but that's not true. Hey, what are you worried about? You're South African by birth and a Canadian. Come on, you're not even American. You're the good guy. You're the good guy.
I'm not. I'm just a humanist.
You're a good guy.
It's global. It doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Yeah, it is now. I really believe what you're saying on that one, because it is now. Right. And I don't know how that's going to translate as far as borders, and I mean, I think we should still respect borders and such, well, you know. Yeah. Even though we're global. So there's this question that I ask people everywhere I go, from the grocery store to anywhere I am in the world. Maybe you can tell me your answer to it. You don't have to answer right away, because sometimes people want time to think about it. But so if tomorrow morning, Sidney, you woke up, right, and every reporting media, alternative media, regular media, and I've been asking this question for years, every media source was outside your door, and they said to you, Sidney, for the first time in history, one message is going to go out and every ear will hear it. Right? Every person will hear this message all at one time. So everybody will hear it accurately and, you know, at the same time. What would your message be?
All gods are imaginary.
And you think that's going to be enough to do what?
Well, if that's my message and it's to be taken seriously.
Got it. Yeah.
If that's what your intent is, I guess.
Yeah. No. I've sort of formed it of mine, but I can't. I'm still working on it, and I never take anybody's. Like, I've had people come back to me and say, you know what, I thought about it, and I'd change it this way, change it that way, and I thought that's good. I mean, if it gets you thinking. Right, the little girl down at the grocery store, she goes, "What? I would talk to the whole world," and you could just see her little wheels turning.
Right.
Like she hadn't thought about life on a global scale.
Oh.
What? I don't know what the fuck I'd say. I mean, I had to go on and on and on, and they'd probably shoot me in my doorway.
Because that would change history. That would
yeah.
speed up. That would ameliorate the whole culture.
That's amazing, huh? That the stupid idiot like me, some dumb cunt like me, as I've been called, could come up with something like that. Amazing. I actually like that. I like it. I feel appropriately proud of that. So I think it's important.
So you should.
Well, appropriately proud. And but the thing is, I have all the other humans that I live with, that I've encountered in this world, to thank for it, because I would know nothing if it weren't for my fellow humans. Right?
Well, yeah, that counts for everybody.
Right.
Sometimes people grow up and everybody around them is benevolent and out for that person's good, not out to use them or abuse them in any way. And sometimes people go.
It's the other way around.
And it's totally the other way around. Totally the other way around.
Yeah. That sucks. And that's the way it is.
So fuck the world.
Well, you just got to teach kids that not everybody out there is nice, and have the tools. Be nice, have a smile on your face, but be ready to chop them down.
That's why I like the Satanic Rules of the Earth.
Those are pretty good. Well, when they teach people who have agoraphobia to go outside again, they're not less scared to go outside. They just have better tools. They just know how to deal with this stuff now. It's kind of the same way in life. It's like you don't have to be afraid that there's malevolence out there to, just the evils of which, you only find in horror stories. But the fact is, you don't have to be scared. Just have good tools. Yeah. And critical thinking is one of them. And religion fucking kills critical thinking. Touche. Read The Gift of Fear. There's a book called The Gift of Fear. It's real easy read. It is so good. If you have daughters, read it to your daughters. It is good.
Well, what does it do? Explain the flight of fright?
Basically, it talks about, like it says, quite frankly, that the human animal is the only mammal type of animal that will sense fear and still put themselves in harm's way. That even the fiercest lion or tiger or a bear, if it senses that there is danger, if it hasn't already come up on it, it will run. It will run to live to fight another day. We don't do that. That's why we die in stupid ways. Yeah. That's why we get raped and all that stuff.
That's nice.
That's good to know that we just need to listen to ourselves a little more. That's where I started coming up with the primal self, that I feel like we don't have to act like savages, but the farther away we get from our primal self and we don't acknowledge that we have these things that, are working behind the scenes, the harder it is for us to interpret certain things for fear. It's like, don't judge me. Well, yeah, I'm going to judge you because I need to know if you're a mass murderer or a psychopath, right? I need to know if you have a gun in your hand or a knife. So I have to judge you. But how I treat you once I find out that you are not that, that's the problem.
Or you could be like Christian Hillbilly or like Darth Dawkins and say things like, are you stupid or just a moron?
Yeah. Your God must be so proud of you.
Anyway.
You kiss your deity with that mouth? Sorry.
That's a good one.
Sorry. Well. What do they have to say?
Let's
What's good in the live chat there?
in
Anything?
live chat. Oh,
Nobody?
our live chat?
Yeah. Nothing.
No, we're down from a high of, I don't know, maybe 6 people to a low of 3.
Well, so who's this person that came in?
Kevin Smith?
No, Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith came in?
No, he was in the outside chat. Oh,
Okay.
somebody came to the hangout?
Kevin Smith. This guy's been trolling me everywhere I go. You bastard.
Hitesh Tomar came in.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw his cute little comment. What'd Kevin Smith have to say?
What'd
What's
he say?
I don't know.
No, Kevin Smith retracted everything he said before I got to read it.
Oh,
Hitesh
he retracted it?
Huh? Yeah.
What do you mean he retracted it? Huh.
Well, if you go to the YouTube live chat.
Oh, YouTube.
Let's see. He just
Nice.
said, "Yo niggers." That's it.
No, that was Hitesh.
That was it.
Huh. Well.
Oh, and then he came into this hangout. Seems.
Yeah.
And left.
Whatever, this guy.
He was linked through Zebras.
Oh yeah.
Zebra.
Who? Kevin Smith or Hitesh?
Hitesh.
Oh.
Kevin Smith.
I don't know Hitesh.
No, me neither. That's my point. All right. Back to
Very
Google.
interesting.
They're sliding badly. You see.
Are they still going sideways?
Yeah.
They're still going down?
Yeah.
Told you. Oh.
Oh, then it's 11, 12. It's 2:30 in the trading day.
I'll be your Huckleberry. Look at this. Sugar Rhodes calls the stock market. Google's plummeting. Sell.
I wonder how many people who are zillion, the 1% who hold Google stock.
Yeah.
And are just playing. Because if you sell,
yeah,
if they're $1,000, right, and you bought them very low, and you start selling a few and buying them back, whatever, you could make some serious money.
Yeah. Yeah, you could.
Probably how it works.
Oh, I'm sure. I bet.
You know,
there's all kinds of manipulation.
Even those who are being honest about it, all they're doing, is I see Google's falling.
They're working within the rules.
Let's help it along.
Yeah, buy low, sell high.
Yeah, let's just.
I can't believe it's all the way down to 15. See, I told you it's gonna. They've done something very, very bad.
The percentage drop. What do you think it's gonna bottom out at?
I don't have that much knowledge, but I bet it's gonna. If it dips below the low point at like 12, at a 3-month period, see where it was.
Oh, let's go see.
That lowest point that it's been out so far.
That would have been today.
That's the today thing?
That's today.
One day. No, see, it goes all the way out to 3 months.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 3-month thing.
Oh, hold on a second.
We're looking at the chart the wrong way.
No, I'm clicking on the wrong stupid thing. 3 months, yeah.
Because I looked at it wrong.
The low, 921.78.
So yeah, that was the lowest it was. Yeah.
Well, let's look at 5 years.
Yeah, it's been up there.
Let's look at 5 years.
You know what I learned about
low,
these?
921.78. So yeah.
Yeah.
In 5 years. No, yeah, in 5 years.
Now, you know what I learned about graphs, the way they screw you on graphs. Now, this graph is good because it is all even, right? The increments between the lines going vertically and horizontally, they're even, right? There's 1 day, 5 day, but the 1,800, those are 200 increments.
Yeah.
But a lot of times graphs, when they're trying to be deceptive, they'll be uneven. They'll be marked unevenly, and you're like, wait a minute, it's 2 years on one, 3 years on the other, but these are all evenly marked, and that's a good sign.
But look, 921.78 is the all-time low. It opened, obviously, when it first started in September at $50. When did it open? Yeah, it's opened up on September the 3rd, 2004.
Now, my guess.
On the 20th, it was $54.21.
Wow.
And it seems to, yeah.
So I think the best scenario in this, right? And I think the thing that could be the best thing to turn out is, if it is the CEO, which that's what I believe, the CEO that is the head of this, and she's got her minions, obviously, but because there's people in Google that are now leaking a little bit of information that they don't want to be identified, of course, because they'll be fired immediately, and they're corroborating this evidence. And so the best thing is probably going to be for the ousting of the CEO and to clean house and not do the road they were going down was that road of the diabolical, person with all the big technology. Just the same thing that the woman that created the CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing is afraid of, right? That it will fall into malevolent hands, and then they'll build super races or whatever. Class systems will be further enhanced. Only the rich will have, genetically perfect children. So this is the problem: is when we allow, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Do you think this price is going to drop below the all-time low?
Well, let's see. How much longer do we have?
Well, I think the stock exchange closes at like 3 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah, I'm going to say I don't honestly have enough.
So you basically got 50 minutes. That's 5 0.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's going to. And like you said, I think it's artificially it's moving.
Because by the end of the day, it doesn't have to close there. It might just drop there, and then people will start making profits out of it.
Right. Because if I believe what you're saying is true, that probably people who own large amounts of it, depending on who they are.
Well,
right?
if they don't work for Google and they're just speculators and they just happen to buy
right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm sure there are a lot of people who did that.
Yeah. Exactly right. People are very afraid of the 1%, but the 1% changes over quite a bit, quite often.
Well, money's dynamic.
Right. Yeah. It's like a water going down a drain.
You know what I always think about is back in the old days, in the medieval times, when emperors or kings would strip a family of their land and give it to somebody else, and then send them into exile, and maybe somebody would come back from exile and get their land back. And I always wonder how the sociology of it all worked. Like, what actually happened to the people who lost their land? Where do they go? And everything seems
a lot of them died
on paper.
A lot of them just died. They could go wherever they could, but
they were destitute, I guess, and would just hit the streets.
Yeah, I heard the story about a particular society that we've had throughout history, and I don't remember whether I think it was real. I'm pretty sure. I'll get the confirmation, but the story is still the same. Yeah. Once a year they would take the king or the ruler, and they would strip him naked and set him outside the walls of the kingdom and lock the door, and they would make him stand out there and beg to come back in. It was basically to see how the other half lives, and that they said that's what makes him such a good leader, is that he always remembers what his people go through and what can be lost. It's that same kind of sentiment it's about leadership, and Nelson Mandela, which I'm sure you know who Nelson Mandela is, don't you?
Of course.
He writes a book about his father, The Chief Eats Last.
Right.
Yeah, and most of us think that some chief in power is going to get everything first, weighted on hand and foot, but yet a true leader makes sure that his army, his support is well taken care of.
Right.
And that's what makes them undyingly dedicated. That's how my K-pop group BTS treats their fans. They give us access to them, and they thank us all the time. I've only one time heard them all thank their parents once. They thank us every time they get an award, all day long. Letters that they put out, they post. They take care of people. We take care of each other.
That's good.
And that's why us stupid women that are so in love with them work hard to stop the people from saying bad things about them.
Is it like a boohoo thing?
You don't know. No, we just try to be adults. There's a lot of kids in that organization, and they don't have anybody to steer them in this emotional time of being in love with men that you'll never meet and that you're never going to get to be with. Mm-hmm. But what happens is when they break up or get girlfriends, the people go crazy. They think that this one of the boys has a girlfriend that he wrote a song for. She's another singer, and people have been sending her emails saying, "Sorry, you're not the one. You need to leave him alone. You're not for him." I'm like, how crazy do you have to be to do that? It's like, really? Because they treat us like we're their mate. All of Army, the whole fandom is their girlfriend. It's really cool. So fun. Hey, everybody needs a little fantasy. It's how you deal with all this reality right here. A little fantasy to escape to. Yeah, you're really doubting that whole Queen thing now. Don't doubt me.
I'm doubting the Queen thing?
Yeah, I could feel it.
No.
I felt a disturbance in the force.
I
Luke.
have bought right into it.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Hook, man, I'm in. Yeah, I am. What do they call it? Yeah, hooked.
My fanboy.
Your fanboy?
Yeah.
It actually sounds kind of sexy.
It is. It's the ultimate sexy, and we're getting special uniforms, and yeah.
I feel so overdressed in a uniform.
Oh, you're not going to feel overdressed. Sorry, in this uniform. No way, sir.
Oh, is it Scottish design?
I don't know what you call it, but it's flimsy.
Oh. I see.
It's
so
breathable.
Scottish design, but made in China.
Ah, Scottish design. I get it. Okay, I see it. Made in China. That's funny. So now, what's China going to? Speaking of China, what's China going to do if we were to get rid of KJU?
Nothing. They're going to say congratulations on your Korean unification, Korea.
Why would they say that? They have the stronghold on him right now.
But hold on a second. The objective, the ultimate objective, in my opinion, because I'm an expert.
Okay. Is as expert as anybody else.
Yeah. Look? Remember Germany?
Yeah.
Remember when there was West Germany, there was East Germany?
Yes.
Remember when?
Yes, I do.
Remember when the wall fell, and remember when the East German government said, "No, we're going to hold on to East Germany, and we're going to fight West Germany, and we're going to annihilate them and kill them."
Yeah.
Anyway, that didn't happen. What they did was they unified Germany. Okay. So.
Oh yeah.
Korea, it's going to be the objective is to unify Korea.
No, I get that. South Korea wants that. I'm talking about China.
Fuck, what does China care if they have if a unified if they have a unified Korea and everybody's happy and huggy? What does China care?
Oh,
tell me why does China care?
It's going up? Oh no, it's down, still down, but it's up a little bit. It's went from 15 to 13. Well, okay, so China and Japan and Korea have a long history, of course, right? So there's that, and China has held on to. I mean, they're the ones that have supported North Korea all these years, right? They've kept the stronghold. They've kept their thumb on him so he didn't get too far out of hand. For whatever reasons that I believe that none of us know why he's a pawn, right? Why that would be needed, right? It's obviously necessary. The guy doesn't even have the nukes to get most things done. He is a buffoon. He laughs at himself. He won't be briefed. He jokes about how stupid he is. He's holding these people essentially hostage, right?
Yeah, he's the guy. He's the emperor who lost the empire.
Exactly. So I mean, he gets plastic surgery to look like his grandfather. He perpetuates that he doesn't have a butthole. So many other things that he does.
You talking
So,
about the little fat kid?
Yeah.
He
So
gets
this
plastic
is
surgery to look like his grandfather.
he
His
yes.
grandfather was like 6'4", and this kid's like 4'11" or something.
Look, again, he's not a rational being, right?
Okay.
He gains a lot of weight because his grandfather, I guess, was overweight. You know, when he was, I don't know. This is what happens.
His grandfather
So-
was a tall guy, and when he was overweight, it didn't show so much.
Well, this is what he's doing. So, of course, the North Koreans want, I mean, anybody who defects out of there, they love it. And then they see the truth. And there's tons of videos on YouTube. Just type in North Korea, you know, get all kinds of videos of interviews of North Koreans. But there has to be a reason that the world, right, will go get rid of bin Laden.
It just jumped up.
Oh, it's down again.
Just jumped up.
Oh, that's right, 12:58. Sorry. Yeah. See, it's the end of business day.
It goes till 4 o'clock, though.
Oh, okay.
If you look at the time at the bottom, 10, 11,
Yeah.
12.
See, I'm not going to. I really think that this is going to tell, and what happens in Google is going to tell how honest our world is, right? Because this is the thing: if people are going to keep perpetuating a lie when Google is doing something that is clearly illegal, that is trying to customize us instead of letting us be our own beings. Who are they? Right? I mean, I'm serious. This Google Home, I'm getting rid of it.
Nothing.
I'm getting rid of it. I'm real upset about this.
Whoa. You getting rid of Google Home, and what you going to replace it with?
The Alexa,
Who makes that?
Amazon.
Oh, really? Amazon?
Yeah.
Amazon has like electronics division that they invest in and stuff. Wow.
Yeah, the Amazon Kindle, and now Amazon's even going into other markets as well, because they've got the fulfilled by Amazon, because Amazon's all third-party sellers, right? But now they are big enough that they're starting to have some of their own products. They're not all great, but there's some. But still, third-party sellers are still there. But yeah, my granddaughter, she talks to it. She goes, Alexa, TV. She tells Alexa to turn on the TV. And she thinks mine is Alexa as well. And so she tries to talk to it. And I told her, no, this is her cousin Gigi, is what I told her. But now I'm going to get rid of this one. I'll get Alexa. But Reagan thinks that anytime she hears music or any type of conversation over a PA, she starts talking to it like it's Alexa. She'll look up, she'll go, Alexa. So I'm thinking about this. Look at the kids that are going to grow up with this automation. What's their reality going to be like?
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
I like it. I'm automating the whole house.
You're automating the whole house?
Yeah.
Nice.
From the thermostat. It's not that expensive. It's not as expensive as you think it is at all.
No.
I mean, if you went out and got an alarm system and all the stuff, if you went out and contracted out for it, whoa, you spend 100 times as much.
Really?
But everything is attached through the Google and through the little outlets, and they've got you just buy the little attachments that you can work it off from your cell phone. Have your coffee go on, just get up and go, hey Google or hey Alexa, brew my coffee, or you can just set it. Like I have every time I've set my Google Home to, whenever I get a new follower on Twitter, it sends them a thank you, an acknowledgement, and a thank you automatically. And it can do so many other things. When I walk in the door, it says, hi, glad you're home. And every hour it reminds me to drink water. And it calls me Your Majesty.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. It says, Your Majesty, please drink a glass of water. Cookie likes it when you drink water.
You should get that 4 times a day, right?
I get it every hour.
No, you shouldn't. No, that's overkill, isn't it?
No, because I won't drink it. I won't do it every time. That's the thing.
Oh.
So, yeah, I have to have it.
So if you
overkill.
listen 4 times out of 24, you're doing good.
Right. Yep. See, there's a method to my madness. I'm going to have this machine totally dominating my world. That's going up again, huh?
Seems to be.
Yeah, I'm going to be real disappointed if they don't oust the CEO, if they gloss over this. That may just throw me over the edge. What's going to really throw me over the edge is if people don't respond to that. Not so much what Google does, it's what in my lives.
You stay home too much.
Yeah, I know. Thought about getting a job, but stick to this YouTube thing.
Yeah.
Huh. No, I like your overlay. It's really nice, Sidney.
Which
My
one?
nose is so stuffed. Just the Canadian flag with the...
Oh, yeah, with us in the center there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool.
I feel Canadian. Do I look Canadian?
You fit right in, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Nice overlay.
Danke.
Well, Your Honor.
Well, I will say this: we've been running for nearly 3 hours. Don't you think it's?
I was just going to say, Your Honor, can I have a break, or can I need to go eat or get on with my day?
No, absolutely, absolutely.
Do you mind?
I might just run the I've got to take my dog out and whatnot, but I might just run the stock until it closes. But yeah,
there you
no,
go.
absolutely, we'll shut the hangout down.
Right.
And
Call it an end of the day. Good work.
Thank you.
Good work today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing a lot of that stuff with me. I really enjoyed it. I think it gave us a lot of conversation. Good stuff to think about.
You know what I hope? I hope that it does that exactly.
Yeah.
That we can actually not only have it, that we can not forget it, and people can talk about it, and we can bring it up again and see what the responses are, because I think it's important.
I do too. It's good work.
Yeah, man. All right then.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Later.
Bye.
It has less gravity. The star that it circles around is cooler than our sun, and because of that, it's a cross between frozen ice patches, green photosynthetic plants peeking through, and some bodies of water. It would look very much like the northern part of our planet. The star that it circles around is cooler than our sun, and because of that, it's a cross between frozen ice patches, green photosynthetic plants peeking through, and some bodies of water. It would look very much like the northern part of our planet. The star that it circles around is cooler than our
cantar esta canción con mucho cariño de mi corazón a la República Dominicana, la casa del merengue y la casa de la bachata. Voy a cantar esta canción con mucho cariño de mi corazón a la República Dominicana, la casa del merengue y la casa de la bachata. La, 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 la casa del merengue. La, 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 y la casa de la bachata. Música, 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 te traigo música, 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 música de la República. Ajá.
jazz club. Okay. Foster Young.
So we have about 20 minutes to go before the market closes. We're watching Google stock. We are watching it on a graph through Google itself, and the volatility today has been right now it's I've seen it in the 10% range. Now it's losing 15, almost 16%. Sorry, it's lost almost 1.7% up to now on the day. The low, historically, at least, yeah, it seems like the historical low is $921.78. The stock opened up at $935 this morning. It reached $936.30 during the day, and it up to this point has bottomed out at $920.78. With 20 minutes to go, it is at 924.14, 923.90, and let's see how the frenzy plays out in a graph, which probably what I intend on doing after this, once it's over, is have a look at, sort of speed it up and see what happened over the last hour or so. Well, I'll have a look and see if it's worth it. And sort of speed it up and see what happened over the last hour or so. Well, I'll have a look and see if it's worth it. getting exciting at the bottom of the hour, towards the top of the hour here, isn't it? We got what do we got here? We are chasing 921.78, and we're sitting at 924.03. We have 12 minutes to go. Exciting stuff. But let's take it out with some music for the next little while. See what happens. to me, it looks like it's closed. Let's see here. Let me just bring myself over to the other side, as it were. And okay, so it looks like the Google stock opened this morning at 9:35, and let's see. Now opened at 9:35, and it closed at 9:23.59. A loss of $16.49, or 1.75% of its value. That's Google shares. What do you think about that? I don't know what to think about that myself. This is what the teapot. This is what it looks like on the coffee pot. It actually closed outside of the coffee mug. Wow. Plummet. Well, there you go. That's pretty much what I have for you today. We, thanks to Sugar, have a lot to cover in the upcoming broadcasts. I'm looking forward to them, and so are you. Thank you very much for watching, and do me a favor. Do us all a favor. Do the world a favor. Like this video. Subscribe to the channel. Share the video everywhere. And please donate to the costs of bringing this brilliant content to you. I really, and tell your friends. Thank you very much.